And what's going on, everybody? How we doing today? RJ the DJ back with you again for more Expos baseball franchise on the show. How's everybody doing? It's Friday. We're almost there. Weekend coming. How's it going? Hey, you see something different here. That's why we're starting a little bit late. Did receive some stuff in the mail. Some new order stuff from our store. You see there the new cap. It's in there. You can probably see that a little bit. The new logo on there. But we did get a nice little mug with this on here, so now I don't have to just drink straight from the can. I got this nice little mug here. Check that out. Very cool stuff. This comes from the No Name Nerd. And you can do custom ordered stuff on there as well. You can order, if you really wanted to, I don't know why you would, you can order some RJ the DJ stuff on there. We're on there. Just go on nonamenerd.com, search RJ the DJ. You can find all of our stuff on there. We have some nice t-shirts, jerseys I've showed off for you before. Really cool stuff from this company. Family-owned business, and they do some really cool stuff. It only takes a few days for you to get it in. I just ordered a couple days ago to have it come in, so they do really fast shipping. Everything is awesome with them. They'll custom order anything. You can put your own logo on stuff, which is the coolest thing. So if you ever need, if you're doing gaming or streaming, something like that, or you even have a business and you need your logo done on something, I would really suggest you go on nonamenerd.com and set up some stuff for you there. They have all the custom items you can create, things like hats, things like shirts, things like cups. You can do so many other things. We have so many things on our store, but do go on nonamenerd.com, search for RJ the DJ. If you do any custom ordered stuff, use codename RJ the DJ. That'll get you 10% off your order every time. You can use that as many times as you want. So that's really cool. So appreciate to nonamenerd.com for the nice little hat and mug. We'll be featuring these pretty much all the time now. So now I don't have to wear just a regular Dodger hat. I can just wear something like this too. Something a little bit different. I need to get an Expo hat probably. That's the next thing we need to do. Anywho, let's get on to some baseball. We're in the second half now of the season. We did play 90 games, so a little bit over 81, but ended the first half at 74-16. We had the Home Run Derby and the All-Star game. If you didn't see it yesterday, go check that out. The Home Run Derby all of a sudden was won by Franmil Reyes. He beat out Mark Canha in the semifinals, and he beat Mike Moustakas in the finals to win that one. That was a really cool Home Run Derby that we had. So Franmil, the winner of the Home Run Derby this year. Congratulations to him. And go check that out if you haven't. In the All-Star game, it was, I'll bring it up for you here. It was an 8-1 victory by the American League. Due in large part to a Franmil 2-run home run. The only run for the National League was Bryce Harper's leadoff home run in the bottom of the first. And there was a home run by Jose Iglesias of the Angels. That was the difference in the game. 8-1 your score. A bunch of runs scored as well on that one. But it was really cool. Really cool to do something different for the midpoint of the season. We did get a few snubs. Now Cole Hamels and Anibal Sanchez got snubbed out of the All-Star game vote, and Cole Hamels was leading for starting pitcher, so I don't know how that worked. But we did get 4 guys in the lineup in there, and then as well as Roberto Ozuna closed the door in the 9th inning. So that was really cool, something different to see for the boys in the All-Star break. So now we begin the second half of the year, and because we're so far out, I have decided to up the difficulty. We're going to be playing an All-Star. So I do apologize if we get off to a rough go in the second half, but that is to make things a little more fair, because as you see, we are 74-16, 24 games in front of first place. So I want to make it a little more fair. It's going to be a tough go against the Yankees and such, but we'll see how it plays out. You know, we'll tweak it if we need to. We did make a move while I was on break, while I was off stream. We did make a trade. And we just traded a few minor leaguers. Let me pull up the completed transactions. There we go. So we acquired Caleb Smith, and he's a starter from the Arizona Diamondbacks. And we acquired 2 other players. Stone Garrett is not a shortstop. I don't know why they have him listed there. He's an outfielder. We traded Mason McCoy, a minor league shortstop we had, and a minor league third baseman that wasn't barely even playing. So no, just a few minor leaguers to acquire Caleb Smith, and we did send down Homer Bailey. He is going to attempt to clear waivers, and we'll keep him in the minor league system if we do need him, if we have any injuries to a starter. We need to make these moves to prepare because the trade deadline is in 4 days, and after this stream is over, we'll basically be right at the deadline tomorrow for the stream. So we need to get these moves all squared underway, make sure we have enough guys to prepare, because there's definitely going to be injuries in the second half of the year. So we're just preparing for that, just in case. But I think this will be a good move. It'll be nice to have another lefty in that rotation. So Caleb Smith, we welcome to the Montreal Expos. We're always wheeling and dealing, you know, always looking for the newest guys, best guys we can get. So it's 74-16, 24 games in front of the Yankees. Today we feature the Kansas City Royals. So we are going to Kansas City at Kauffman Stadium to take on the Royals. It's a 3-game series we'll feature today. We have Tyler Glasnow going up against Brady Singer, Rick Porcello going up against Mike Minor. In the finale, Cole Hamels takes on Danny Duffy. The Royals struggling a little bit, 39-51, about 11 games under 500. So we'll see how that plays out. We've played a lot of AL Central teams, some good AL Central teams, but the Kansas City Royals, not really one of them. And then on Saturday, we'll feature a Saturday stream. We'll be taking on the Tampa Bay Rays. They're 6 games under 500, not terrible, but trailing in the AL East to us. That game will feature Anibal Sanchez against Chris Archer. Caleb Smith will make his debut against Ryan Yarbrough, a pair of lefties, and we'll see about the game 1. We'll probably have Tyler Glasnow go up against his former team again. So that's where we are right now. It's the All-Star break, and we're going to start getting in some games. Everybody's going to be fresh and ready to go, which is nice, but appreciate having you here. Let's get into some baseball while we're at it, since we're a little late today. Let's play some ball. Nope, no more moves need to be made. That's good. So we are ready to go. Coming to you from Kansas City, and I do love this ballpark with the fountains out in center field. They used to have way more fountains than before, but they took out a bunch of them, unfortunately. So now I think the ballpark that we have has more fountains, to be honest with you, if I'm not mistaken. So I guess the new fountain stadium is Labatt Park. But Kauffman Stadium opened in 1973, a beautiful ballpark anyhow. But they've made a lot of changes to that ballpark since then. A lot of upgrades. But they still have the fountains out there, which is cool. Maybe we'll see a fountain shot. Who knows? We will see. Clear skies out there. Like I said, we're playing a higher difficulty, so it may be a real tough game for a little tough series. And we'll adjust it as we need to, but we're playing an all-star in both pitching and hitting, so we'll see how that plays out. Tyler Glasnow, as we mentioned, and fresh lineup ready to go. As far as if we need to make any moves, I don't believe so. Brady Singer on the mound. He's been pretty good for the Royals, and we'll see how that all plays out. But I think we are good to go. I don't think we need to make any changes. Mark Canha, boy, he had a rough all-star game. Franmil didn't, but Mark Canha, yeah, we'll see if he's struggling or not. We will see how this all plays out, but let's get into some baseball, why don't we, from Kauffman Stadium, and we'll set you up here in a second.
Le baseball Labatt des Expos. Une présentation des agents et détaillants SO du Canada. Xerox Canada. Xerox, on répond à vos besoins. Et de Labatt 50, une bière soigneusement brassée par Labatt, la grande brasserie canadienne.
All right, and here we go. From Kauffman Stadium, Expos baseball on the show. Let's get into back some Expos baseball. It's been a few days, but here we go. You see they got those patented fountains like we do.
And now, your
little bit of clouds as they set for the nightcap. But the Kansas City Royals taking the field, and they have their gold numbered uniforms. It's Brady Singer on the mound. 9-5 record, not terrible. 3.69 ERA, 92 strikeouts on 105 innings. He will be a tough task for this Expo lineup. Leading things off, the 2021 All-Star Randy Arozarena. And the sinker baller, and we hate sinker ballers, so this may be a bad game for us. And we're underway from Kauffman Stadium, 0-1. Misses outside. For the Royals, 39-51, fourth in the AL Central. It's been a rough go for them, but they've made some rebuilding moves. We'll show you their lineup here in a moment. This is nice because I have the board right in front of me. I can see everything. Filed away by Arozarena, 1-0. We'll see Solano and Canna in the inning. Weather 77 degrees, clear skies. Wind is blowing out, which is nice. That will favor some of our pull hitters for sure. Singer in a 1-1 count with Arozarena. Swung on and missed, 1-2 on the sinker. Good sinker there. We're gonna have to gear up for it. It's gonna be a tough go here in the second half with the higher difficulty. 2-2. It was just a little too easy for us, apparently. I didn't know I could play that well. 2-2, here it is. Fastball and gets by Arozarena. Swung on and missed. First strikeout for Singer to begin the second half of the year. And it's going to be Donovan Solano standing in. For Solano, he should have been an all-star. 323 hitter on the year. Singer in his line in the first pitch to Solano is a swinging strike, 0-1. 10-game hitting streak for Solano. 3 home runs, 18 RBIs to go with that 323 average. That is among tops in the majors. We'll see Mark Hanna on deck as well. 1-1 on the sinker. So appreciate everybody hanging out with us on this Friday. Sorry about the little late start, but wanted to wait for our package to get in so we could show that off to you guys. But really cool stuff from NoNameNerd.com. Go check them out. 1-2 inside, and a hit Solano. So the Expos 1 on, 1 out for Mark Canna, the home run leader, but could not get past the semifinals in the home run derby. He was beat out by his own teammate on deck. That's Franmil Reyes. See if it affects his swing at all, though, and same with Franmil. So here is the big Mark Canna. 289 hitter. He's really up that average. He's almost back to 300. But leading in home runs and RBIs. Gotta be wary of the double play ball. 13 of them by Mark Canna. 1 out here in the first. Just getting underway from Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City. 1-1. I can tell it's going to be tough to get some hits because we're going to have to get used to all-star difficulty. We haven't played that in quite a while. So we'll see how it all plays out here. I do apologize if we don't get a lot of hits. Ground ball, that's a chance to turn 2. They're going to go 5-4-2-3. They turn it. Great job by the Royals to get out of the first. So we'll go to the bottom of the first. Still no hits for the Expos. They live 1 on. And the Royals coming to bat to face Tyler Glasnow. For Glasnow, been almost perfect since joining the Expos. 10-2, 155 strikeouts in 99 innings, 289 ERA as well, 23 walks, and limiting the hits as well. He's just got to stay longer in the ball games. He's been taken out early. He just can't get his pitch count where he wants. Leading off is Kevin Merrill. I've never heard of him before. Let's take a look at their lineup. They have Benintendi in left, Soler in right field. They have Perez, the catcher, Dozier at third, O'Hearn at first. Heath is in center field. Don't know who that is either. Taylor, maybe Tyrod Taylor. I have not Tyrod Taylor. He plays for. He's a quarterback. Hanzo Alberto at second base. We're gonna have to figure out who these guys are. I've never heard of some of them. We'll find out. But Kevin Merrill, and he is the shortstop, leading things off here against Tyler Glasnow. As we do, the first game is always a little weird because we don't know who anybody is. We'll see Benintendi and we'll see Soler in the lineup for these Royals. Rebuilding, but not doing terrible, just not doing great. They're just somewhere in the middle in the AL Central. 0-1 from Glasnow's in there. 1-1, 98-mile-an-hour fastball, so he's geared up, ready to go. You see the Expos there, 74-16. It was a record-breaking first half. We're going to need to at least play 500 ball the rest of the way to make sure we're in the playoffs. Swung on and missed. 1-2. Took a big, healthy hack there. The 206 hitter, just above the Mendoza line. 1 home run, 1 RBI. 34 at-bats for him, so he's just starting his first week of baseball, basically, since the loss of Whit Merrifield. That's over to Cano over at third. He's been good over at third base. Makes the play no problem for the first out of the first. Here's the rest of the lineup for you. Benintendi, Soler, Salvador Perez, the catcher. Dozier, Ryan O'Hearn, Nick Heath in center field, Michael A. Taylor in the designated hitter today, and Hansel Alberto. We'll try to remember that as best as possible. I do apologize if I can't. But we do have a board in front of us at least. As you see, Andrew Benintendi, the former Red Sox, hitting second today. 1 away here in the first. And he's hitting .245, 6 home runs, and 35 RBIs. You'll see the power come into play here in a bit. Benintendi, left-handed hitter, joining this rebuilding Royals staff. Swung on and missed. And you can say the Red Sox are doing the same. 1-2, swung on and missed. Glasnow gets a strikeout on Benintendi, and 2 away here in the first.
Batting third.
That's the first strikeout for Glasnow on the day. I did want to mention as well, when we had our restream, we did have a follower. Clutch King 0063, thank you for the follow yesterday. If you're watching today, I appreciate that very much. But thank you very much for that. If you catch the rerun. We do reruns on usually about 8 o'clock Pacific time for all the streams, since we do a little bit early stream. As you see, Jorge Soler, the power-hitting right fielder, standing in. So we do restream the same rerun, usually about 8 o'clock Pacific time. So if you missed it the first time, you can check it out then. Swung on and missed by Soler. For Soler, the every so much power hitter, 313 average as well. You don't see that very often from him, but 22 home runs, 66 RBIs. He was an all-star for the Royals, and he takes a ball, 2-1 here. On deck is Salvador Perez, their everyday catcher. 2-1, swung on a miss, 2-2 from Glasnow. 98, he's geared up. He'll touch 100. Just got to give him time. Swung on a miss, Soler will go down, and that ends the inning. So 2 strikeouts for Glasnow, and no score after 1 from Kansas City. I love showing that thing off. Like I said, do check out No Name Nerd if you haven't. You see it's on the chat right there. Check it out if you haven't. Definitely do that. They are awesome people over there. Here's Franmil Reyes, the home run derby winner and all-star, facing Brady Singer here. Took him 12 pitches to get through the first inning. And for Franmil, first at-bat of the second half, takes a ball 1-0. He is 0 for 5 against Singer in career-wise when he was a member of the Indians. It'll be 4, 5, and 6 in the order. We'll see Sanchez, and then we'll see Matt Kemp, the all-star, as well. Reyes, we'll see if it affects his swing at all here in the second half with hitting so many dingers. 3-0 here to begin. A much more patient Franmil. Usually the first time through the order there, hacking. Lays off on the sinker, 3-1. That's in the zone. To begin the second inning. 3-1, swung on a miss, and now works it back full, 3-2. So maybe a little more of a rougher go for Montreal as they begin the second half. They've had so many days off, it might be starting to get cold. Pops it up, but foul just to stay alive. It remains 3-2. That is grounded foul. We're going to have to be a little more precise with our hitting this time around. There's going to be a little more selective pitching. So hopefully we'll see some better baseball. sinker. Boy, that had some life to it. 3-2. Staying alive is Franmil. 20 pitches so far for Singer. Entering the second. Fouled away again. Franmil hanging tough. If he gets one he likes here. Swung on a miss. They're going to get Franmil here. He goes down swinging. And first out of the second. Took him a little while. But Singer gets his second strikeout. Here's Gary Sanchez hitting .277, 18 home runs, 33 RBIs. Snubbed of an all-star as well. They had 3 catchers, and he wasn't one of them. They had Yasmani Grandal. They had Francisco Mejia from the Tampa Bay Rays, because I guess they needed a Ray. Couldn't be all Expos, I guess. Swung on a miss by Sanchez, 0-2. And swung on a miss. Another strikeout for Brady Singer. Looking good here. Third strikeout and second out of the second. So here's Matt Kemp. He was an all-star. 320 hitter, 21 home runs, 41 RBIs. You see why. Amazing comeback year for him, at least in the first half. He's always had better first half than second half, so we'll see how this plays out. Swings and misses at the first pitch, 0-1. For Singer, he's using a lot of that sinker today. We'll see. Slider here inside, 1-1. No one's going to take it easy on the Expos as they're running away with things. A record first half for them, 74 wins. And he swings and misses, so it's a strikeout of the side for Brady Singer in a really good second inning. And down go the Expos. Reyes, Sanchez, and Kemp all go down swinging. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Still no score from Kauffman Stadium. So it's the catcher Salvador Perez to lead things off for Kansas City.
The catcher.
235 hitter, 12 home runs, 37 RBIs. He was a Silver Slugger last year at the catcher position. He faces Tyler Glasnow back to work. Glasnow 14 pitches through the first inning. He begins the second with a foul ball, 0-1. Perez 0 for 5 against Glasnow in his career, 1 strikeout. Well, we may see a good pitching duel on tap today. We'll see how this all plays out. We thank you for joining us. We're back to second half baseball, 3-game series. We're featuring with the Kansas City Royals today. Hammered out to left field. That's not going to hit that short porch down there. 330 down the left field line. Same with the right. So we can see a short porch home run as well. Same as Labatt Park. 1-2. Popped up and foul. We'll see Dozier and we'll see O'Hearn in their order. 4, 5, and 6 for the Royals. 1-2. Misses. 2-2 just up high. So staying alive. 21st pitch from Glasnow. Misses up high as well. Runs it back full. 3-2. On deck is Hunter Dozier, the third baseman for the Royals. 3-2 from Glasnow. That is hit well out to left field. Braun's going to go way back at the wall and gone down that short porch. We just talked about it. Salvador Perez homers in his first AB of the second half. And the Royals on the board first at home. It's 1-0. So homering off of Glasnow. We said it wasn't going to be easy. Just a little poker down the left field line. If Braun had a chance to get to it a little bit faster, he may have had a shot at it. Would have took a good leap to get there. But it's 1-0 on the solo home run. And here is Hunter Dozier, the third baseman for the Royals, hitting .278. 7 home runs, 33 RBIs. Dozier, the longtime Royal, now finding himself a spot over at third base. He was bounced around quite a bit with Whit Merrifield in the lineup. Whit Merrifield, he's now traded to the Marlins. That's popped up to left center, fairly deep. Rosarena will be back there to make the catch. And finally out number 1 here in the second.
Batting 6.
Here's defensively for the Expos and usual lineup. Ron, Arozarena, and Reyes. Canas, Hernandez, Solano, and Zach Collins. Gary Sanchez will catch for Glasnow. Here is Ryan O'Hearn, the first baseman for the Royals. Wears number 66. And fouls away the first pitch, 0-1. 1-0 here at Kansas City. In Kansas City. Bottom of the second, one out. Curveball misses, 1-1. On deck, we'll see Nick Heath. We've not seen him before. He's the center fielder. Curveball and fouled, 1-2. So they got some prospects they're looking to move as they traded Merrifield, as we mentioned, to the Marlins. 1-2 fouled away. Swung on a miss. They'll get O'Hearn here. And that is the third strikeout now for Glasnow. 2 away here in the second. And it'll bring up Nick Heath. This looks like to be his first at-bat. This is his major league debut, playing in center field today. The first at-bat here against Tyler Glasnow. We hate debuts because the White Sox debuted somebody and he homered and doubled off of us in his first game. So we can do away with debuts. That'd be fine. Beginner's luck. 1-1 to Nick Heath. He's a real-life player. He's got a picture there. This is his major league debut, or at least his debut this year. Here in the second half. I mentioned we did make a move of our own. Swung on a miss. Heath will go down. We acquired Caleb Smith, starter from the Diamondbacks. So that ends the second. 4th strikeout for Glasnow, but it's the solo home run down the left field by Salvador Perez that ends the second. 1-0 your score. Royals on top. So it'll be the left fielder Ryan Braun to lead things off. He slowed down a bit, but he had a 3-run home run in the White Sox series. Hitting .271, 17 homers, 41 RBIs. It's still a very good comeback story for Ryan Braun, formerly of the Brewers for many years. Many years. He faces Brady Singer, who's been good here through the first 2. Swung on a missed, 0-2. They've yet to figure out his sinker ball. 0-2. Fouled away just to stay alive. They'll have their work cut out for him. Bottom of the order, 7, 8, 9, still looking for their first hit, although they did have a hit by pitch. It's a grounder over to short. That is... I forgot his name already. That is... I can't even see his name on the board. Here's Zach Collins. That is Merrill over at shortstop. We'll try to remember that. Merrill over at short. Here is Zach Collins. And it was a good start to the first half for him since joining the Expos, and he takes a strike, 0-1. Shift is on there. You see Alberto in the outfield. For Zach Collins, he came off a strong series against his former team, the White Sox. He homered in 3 games against them, and each one swings and misses, 0-2 here. One away in the third. Expos still looking for their first hit. Might have upped the difficulty a little too much. See how this plays out, but right now a good pitching duel, 1-0 game. Plays off, good take, 1-2. It just means I'll have to pay attention a little bit more. On deck is Cesar Hernandez. He was an all-star. Plays off, good take as well on the sinker, 2-2. Trying to get him to throw the fastball a little bit more. Slider gets him down low and swinging and missing. That is now the 5th strikeout for Brady Singer. A little taste of their own medicine. Here's Cesar Hernandez, switch hitter. Hits from the left side today, 307 hitter. 13 home runs, 42 RBIs. That average is 10th in the AL. A lot of guys hitting over 300. We'll see if that continues. First pitch from Singer, a sinker. It drops in there for a strike, 0-1. Hernandez, a little bit of success, 1 for 5 against Singer with 2 strikeouts. 0-1. That's lined down the right side, and foul will be quickly 0-2. So Singer looking to get out of another inning. 41 pitches so far. That is going to be popped up and should be a play for Heath out there in center field in his debut. Makes a catch, and that ends it for the Royals in the third. So still nothing doing, looking for their first hit. We go to the bottom of the third, 8-9-1 for the Royals. So it's Michael A. Taylor to hit here, formerly of the Nationals, 190 hitter. Looking to get his season going. He faces Glasnow, who's been good and efficient so far. 35th pitch you see just there right now. 0-1. So just getting underway from Kauffman Stadium, but it's a 1-0 advantage for the Royals on the Salvador Perez solo home run. We'll see how this all plays out. Got the called strike 3 on Michael A. Taylor. He goes down looking. That's a 5th strikeout for Tyler Glasnow. So trading blow for blow. A good pitching duel so far between Brady Singer and Tyler Glasnow. We expected as much. The Expos switched their rotation around a little bit, though they had so much time off. So they got it lined up the way they want now. They've got their ace beginning. And he'll face Hanser Alberto here, the former Oriole. For Hanser Alberto, hitting .247, 2 home runs, 13 RBIs. Does much better against left-handed pitching. We do know that. 1-1. Changeup, that's going to be hit out to center. Rosarena's got to come in a little bit, but he does makes the catch for the second out. So the first time through the order, it was just a home run by Salvador Perez. That was the only blunder for Glasnow. Otherwise, 5 strikeouts, not too shabby. Picking up right where he left off. Here is the shortstop Kevin Merrill, 0 for 1 with a ground out back in the first. First pitch from Glasnow misses outside for a ball, 1-0. Anybody can reach, we'll see Benintendi. Popped up to left field, that should be Ryan Braun down there on the left field line. Makes the catch and ends the third inning. So nothing doing for the Royals this time around. Good inning of work from Glasnow. We end 3. It's 1-0, still Royals on the solo home run. So here's Randy Arozarena, 0 for 1 day for him. He struck out back in the first. It's top of the order. They're still looking for their first hit. They've had a base runner, but still looking for their first hit in the ball game against Brady Singer. And first pitch to him is popped foul. So we'll see if the second time around they can wear him down a little bit. 43 pitches through the first 3, so they're starting to get to his pitch count a little bit. Not a whole lot, though. Popped up to left field. That is going to be... I forget who's out there. I believe it is not Dozier. I can't remember who's out there. I'll tell you in a second. As you see Donovan Solano stand. It's Benintendi out there. There we go. I'm glad that board is there. Here's Donovan Solano. He was hit by a pitch. And that's up the middle. That's a comebacker to Singer. He's got it on the first pitch. So making quick work here. 2 away in the 4th. Guys are scrambling for that first hit. Here's Mark Canha. Ground out in the first for him. He would love to have a pool shot, a fountain shot somewhere. Takes a strike on that good sinker today, 0-1. Bad enough we up the difficulty, now we got a sinker baller going up against us. We hate those. 1 fouled away to stay alive, 0-2. Two lays off on the slider. They haven't really chased the slider too much. It's been that sinker, though, getting to all the ground outs and strikeouts on the day. 1-2. Swung on and missed. Good slider there. It was in the zone, and Canha couldn't help himself. So still looking for their first hit through 4. Brady Singer's been almost perfect. We go to the bottom of the 4th, still with the 1-0 score by the Royals. Here's Andrew Benintendi, 0 for 1 day for him, a strikeout. Glasnow's been equally as good, just giving up the home run.
Benintendi.
We'll see 2, 3, and 4 in the order as a popped up foul by Benintendi. 42 pitches through the first 3 for Glasnow, so about the same as Brady Singer. The dubstep tutorial, huh? Interesting. 1 and 1. 2 and 1, up high a little bit. I need to start playing more instrumentals. Swung on and missed. 2 and 2 to Benintendi. Took a healthy hack there. Daddy hack. Fouled away. We'll see Soler, and then we'll see Perez, who had the home run. His first time up. Popped up to right. That's Franmil Reyes out there. Going back just a little bit. Makes the catch out number 1 here in the 4th.
Now batting.
A lot of action to speak of. Just a 1-0 score. Here's Jorge Soler. He can get a hold of one at any time. Got to be careful with him. He struck out, so he's an all-or-nothing guy. Fouled away to first pitch, 0-1. 50 pitches coming in for Glasnow. There's one out here in the 4th. He will try to go at least 5, maybe 6. 0-2 to Soler. Got him again. Swung on and missed. Good pitch from Glasnow. That's the 6th strikeout for him. Been a good day. There's no run support yet. He's going to need it here soon. Here's Salvador Perez, and he had the solo home run, a little poke job down the left field line. They have a little short porch, left and right field. Takes a ball here, 1 and 0. So 2 outs here in the 4th. And so far, so good. Just 1 hit. And that's the man that's got it. Correlated to a run. So 2-0 here, being a little more careful with Salvi. On deck is Dozier if he can reach. 3-0. I want to serve him anything here. Down the middle, though, 3-1. Didn't take. 3-1, swung on and missed, works it back. Full 3-2. See if we can get out of it here. 3-2, fouled away to stay alive. A little rough start for the Expos to begin the second half. Swung on and missed, though. They've got a good good job from Tyler Glasnow. Gets a swinging strike there. 6th strikeout for Glasnow. He ends 4, but he's trailing 1-0 on 1 measly hit. Offense is going to have to figure something out here as we begin the top of the 5th. It's 4, 5, and 6 in the order. Franmil, and then Sanchez, and then Kemp. They need to figure something out against Brady Singer here. Getting a look at him for the second time through the order. Slider down the middle for a strike, 0-1 to begin. The strikeout for Franmil. Lays off on the slider. Most pitches have been in the zone. They've just fallen off the table. Oh, jeez. Swung on and missed. He knew to lay off, but it was so far inside, he just couldn't help himself. So 1-2 to Franmil. Lays off there on that slider, 2-2. For Singer, has a fastball, a sinker, slider, and a changeup. We haven't seen a lot of the changeup today. We've seen a lot of that sinker and slider. I think guys have been waiting on that fastball. They haven't found it yet through the first time in the order. Maybe as he starts to settle down. Laid off and it's full, so he's worked him back, 3-2. So if we say anything about Franmil, at least he's being patient. 3-2. Swung on and missed, though. He's going to get him with that slider away again. And 7th strikeout for Singer. He continues the no-hitter. The only blunder is he hit Donovan Solano. The only base runner of the game. Otherwise, he would be perfect. Here's Gary Sanchez with a strikeout. 0 for 1 day for him. 1 away here in the 5th. Checks his swing, but he went 0-1. Who ordered the sinker baller pitcher to begin the second half? 1-1. Glasnow, as we mentioned, be equally as good. He's just given up one hit, and that's been the home run. Here's a base hit finally, so they break the hitless run. That ends with one out here in the 5th, so we'll see if that correlates to anything else for the Expos. One away, here is Matt Kemp, and he struck out back in the 2nd. 0 for 1 day for him as well. So starting to see the ball a little bit better. I mentioned it would be a rough go. 1-1. Might have to set the difficulty to dynamic and kind of fluctuate a little bit back and forth. That is hit out to left field. Matt Kemp is going to lead off the second half with a home run, and he's got the Expos out in front, 2-1. That looked like a fountain shot. We'll have to take a look at it. Matt Kemp is 22nd home run of the year. The Expos now in front, 2-1. They finally have broken open on Brady Singer. Got a hold of that one. Matt Kemp staying strong here in the second half. We'll see where that landed. May have hit the crowd out in left. We'll see if that landed at the fountain. It might have hit the fountain. We don't call those splash landings because we're not in Labatt Park. But it hits the Leo. Well, at least it looked like it did. Right in front of the crowd. Oh, it was actually caught. It was snagged by a lady in a skirt. Grabbed the ball before it landed in the water, so she took away a splash landing. Nice catch. She caught it with the back of her hand. My goodness. So that lady knows her baseball. Sign her up. So now 2-1, and here's Ryan Braun on their first 2 hits. Gets them 2 runs. Oh, the Royals now have the advantage. Swung on a missed 0-2. Singer served one up there to Matt Kemp. Ron popped one up but foul. He remains 0-2. One out here in the 5th. 2-1 your score. It's a new ball game. See if they can hold it down. Swung on and missed. They will get Ryan Braun though. 8th strikeout for Singer. He's been good up to this point.
Now batting, the first baseman, Zach.
So it's going to be Zach Collins, the lefty. 0 for 1 day for him with a strikeout as well. Most of the guys in the order have at least struck out once. Fastball up high, 1-0, lays off. If he can reach, we'll see the bottom of the order, Hernandez. But finally, Matt Kemp broke it open. So a pair of home runs on the day, Salvador Perez and Matt Kemp. We mentioned with the wind blowing out, there would be some home runs to be found. Zach Collins got a ride on one, but foul down the right side. And 2-1. Entering Singer's 70th pitch, here it is. 2-1. Ground, that's going to get through past O'Hearn out in the right. So Collins will be aboard with 2 outs, and he'll keep the inning alive for Cesar Hernandez. So they've cracked the code. Zach Collins now has a 10-game hitting streak. He extends that. Congratulations to him. That's pretty much since he's joined the club. So here's Cesar Hernandez, and was a fly out to center for him. He made good contact, just couldn't do anything with it. First pitch to him is a changeup in there. So now starting to use the changeup a little bit. 0-1. See if he goes to anything else. 0-1. It's a fastball. We haven't seen a lot of that inside 0-2, so kind of leaving him confused. 0-2 with 2 outs. They're trying to get out of the inning here. Fouled away on the sinker just to stay alive, and keeps it 0-2. So finally cracking the code off of Brady Singer here in the 5th. It was a good performance for him so far. Swung on a miss though. He's got his 9th strikeout. And that ends the 5th, but it's Matt Kemp that cracks it. Home run out to left, and in 2-1 your score as we go to the bottom of the 5th from Kansas City. So the Royals player still running off the field. I'm not sure why that is. Tyler Glasnow will go back to work. here in the bottom of the fifth. He's at 58 pitches, so he should be able to finish the fifth, maybe go to sixth. He's got 5, 6, and 7 in the order for the Royals. It's Hunter Dozier. So a 2-1 score, more or less a pitching duel. 0-1. See how this road trip goes for the Expos. Tomorrow we'll feature the stream for 3 games from Tampa Bay. I don't know who's in charge of the road trips out here, but we have done some really weird trips, flying all over the damn place. Ground ball to Cesar Hernandez. He's got it. Fires it over to first for the out, and 1 away here in the fifth. But we do some really weird road trips. We'll be back home after that. I forget who we're taking on after that. League leaders in wins. It's Rick Porcello out in front. Tyler Glasnow, Cole Hamels, and Anibal Sanchez all in there. Glasnow looking for his 11th now as he faces Ryan O'Hearn, the lefty first baseman. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout on the day. Takes a curveball down low for a strike, 0-1. So it's only been 1 hit for the Royals. They had the lead out early. It was Salvador Perez that provided the home run. But that's been the only offense for the Royals so far, believe it or not. 0-2 curveball, just slapped that to stay alive. Oh, 0-2 popped up. I appreciate everybody hanging out with us. We got 2 more games on tap for you against the Royals today. Begin the second half. It's been a record-breaking first half. O'Hearn goes down swinging. Another strikeout for Glasnow, make that 8, as he is pretty much matched Singer. And here's Nick Heath 0 for 1 day for him. He struck out back in the second. We upped the difficulty to All-Star, so a little bit tougher game today. Out the center, his counterpart out in center. Rosarena makes the catch, and that ends the fifth. So another good inning from Glasnow. We'll see if he stays out for 1 more. And at the top of the order, Rosarena to lead things off for the Expos as they lead it 2-1. Here's Randy, 0 for 2, strikeout and a flyout to begin the sixth as he faces Brady Singer, still out there. And 74 pitches for Singer, so he's nearing his end on the day today. Winds and fires into Rosarena, swung on and missed, 0-1. It's a pair of righties, Josh Staumont and Scott Barlow. And if you haven't seen Josh Staumont before, Staumont, the righty, can throw about 100 miles an hour, maybe harder. Seems like every team this day does have one. That would be Ozuna for the Expos. He can fire it in there at 100 every now and then. 1-1. Sinker down low, couldn't help himself. 1-2. One, 2 fouled away to stay alive. Keeps her going. On deck, Donovan Solano. We'll see Mark Canha as well. 1-2 popped up to second base. That's going to be Hanzo Alberto out there. He's got it in the outfield for the first out, so it took a couple pitches. Trying to work that pitch count. Singer now at 80 pitches. And here's Donovan Solano. 0 for 1 day for him, but he was hit by a pitch back in the fourth. At the time, it was the only base runner for the Expos up until the fifth inning. Hammered out to left, but foul. Just got out in front of that. They're starting to figure out Singer a little bit more now the second time around. Or third time around, excuse me. 1-1. 3 hits and 2 runs for the Expos. Swung on and missed. They've left 2 on. For the Royals, it's been only 1 hit. That was the solo home run by Salvador Perez, and that's all they've needed at the time. So 2-1 your score right now. Swung on and missed. Solano goes down swinging. And it'll be up to Mark Canha with 2 outs here. Nobody on here in the sixth. For Canha, he grounded into a double play and struck out on the day. It's an 0 for 2 day. It's been a rough go for him since the All-Star game. That's a fair ball, though, down the left field line. That's going to roll up against the wall. We'll see. He's going to take the turn and head for second. He's in there, standing up with a double. So he keeps the inning alive. Canha continuing his hitting. 14 doubles on the year for him, and that'll keep it going for Franmil Reyes. For Franmil, 2 strikeouts on the day, and they're going to intentionally walk Franmil Reyes to pitch to Gary Sanchez. They may be going to make a move out of the bullpen. Brady Singer is at 85 pitches. They're going to leave him in. They just wanted to face Sanchez instead of Franmil. So interesting move here. Makes a force out over at third, but I guess they're just trying to get Singer to finish the inning. Swung on and missed by Sanchez, and 0-1. For Sanchez, he did have a single, and that set up the Kemp home run. Kemp is on deck. Got to be wary of that. 0-1 in the dirt. Nice block by Salvador Perez. So it's 1-1, 2 outs here, first and second, off the intentional walk to Franmil. Canna on second. 1-1, that's up the middle, but that's going to be a ground ball, and he'll go the short way to second. And he does get out of the inning, so I guess it makes sense why you wouldn't want to pitch to Franmil. Home run derby winner and all, you know. So we go to the bottom of the 6th, 2-1 in a pitching duel. We'll see if Glasnow has a little bit more in the tank here in the 6th. He will face 8, 9, and 1 in the order. It's Michael A. Taylor to lead things off. Bullpen is going to get stirring a little bit down there here in the 6th. They're going to have Sam Freeman, and they're going to have Nick Whitgren down there. We would assume Glasnow will try to go to the distance, at least here in the 6th. Probably not any further than that. Pitch count is at 68. He normally doesn't go above 80 pitches. We'll see if he can finish off the inning. 1-1. He's had plenty of rest. We'll see Hanzo Alberto, and he'll be back to the top of the order with Merrill. That's hit pretty well out to left field. Braun's not even going to move. That is a monster shot to the Expo bullpen and gone. We have a tie ball game. Michael A. Taylor goes yard. 7th home run of the year for him, and now it is a 2-2 ball game. We're all even again. So to lead off here in the 6th, finally gets to Glasnow. That is only the 2nd hit they have had, but it's been 2 solo home runs. Just hasn't gotten that yet. So 2 runs on 2 hits for the Royals. It's 2 home runs. He'll face Hanzo Alberto here, 0-1. Takes a strike. For Alberto, he flew out back in the 3rd, 0-1. But it's all even again. Want to try to leave Glasnow out for one more inning in hopes that they can take the lead in the top of the 7th. 1-1, fouled away. They said they have double barrel action in the bullpen as they normally do about this time. Lefty and a righty, just in case. Swung on and missed. Alberto will go down swinging. That is number 9 for Glasnow on the day. He's been good, as we mentioned, only 2 hits. Those 2 have been solo home runs. Here's Kevin Merrill. It's been an 0-2 day for him. Ground out and a fly out. Hitting under 200 right now. 75 pitches for Glasnow. This will probably be his last inning. Ground ball down the first base line. Zach Collins tried to make a play on it, could not. 1-1. Change-up's in there. Good pitch there. 1-2. Let's see if we can get out of the jam here. Swung on and missed. They'll get Merrill. So now 2 away in the 6th. 10th strikeout for Glasnow. He's got 2 in the inning of the solo home run. Michael A. Taylor to lead things off. Here's Benintendi, and he's 0-2. On deck is Jorge Soler, so they want to get Benintendi here and start fresh with a new inning, new pitcher, new inning. 1-0. Fouled away, 1-1. So a little bit of back and forth, but only a couple home runs. That's hit well out to center field. They're not going to catch this one. Rosarena going back to the wall. That's going to one-hop off the wall. Benintendi's going to be on second to keep the inning going with a double, and that may spell the day for Glasnow. We'll see what they want to do here against Soler. So it's Jorge Soler, 0-2 day. And They are going to go to the bullpen. They're going to call on the lefty Sam Freeman to come in to finish off the inning if possible. So that's going to do it for Glasnow. He cannot win it. He can lose it, though, with the runner on second. So it wasn't a terrible day for Glasnow as he doesn't get through 6, 5 2/3. And he only gave up 2 hits, but it was 2 home runs and didn't have a tie ball game. For Sam Freeman, it's been a good job out of the bullpen. 32nd appearance here. 18 holds, a 142 ERA. He's limited damage against right-handers and lefties. You see, they're righties he's even done better against. Here's Jorge Soler. An 0 for 2 day for him. On 2 strikeouts. They'd like to get another one here against him. Hammers the first pitch, foul. And 0-1. On deck is Perez with a home run on the day. 0-2. Freeman. He gets a pop-up out to right field, but it's going to go just foul. That would have scored a run had that stayed fair. Instead, 0-2 again. Popped up to left. That should be Ryan Braun out there. He's under it and makes the catch. So they will get out of it with just the run scored. But it departs Tyler Glasnow from the ball game. Michael A. Taylor goes yard for his 7th home run of the year. After 6, it is a tie ball game at 2. Royals will go to the bullpen, and they'll go on that fireballer Josh Stamon, as we mentioned. It's been a 6.41 ERA. He's had some control issues, but he can throw some gas down there. And it'll be right, Matt Kemp to lead things off, excuse me, like to face him. For the Expos, they've got Tim Hill down in the bullpen, another lefty. We'll see how this plays out. So Kemp had the home run back in the 5th, and he'll face Stamont here to begin. And throwing gas already, 96 on a 2-seamer. He can hit 102 on a 4-seam fastball. So you want to lay off everything else. Curveball misses, 2-0. We mentioned the control issues have been the biggest part for him. See what he gets here, 2-0. Fastball, 102. Oh my gosh, he was way behind on it. Just to stay with it, 2-1. Fastball away, 3-1. My goodness. On deck is Ryan Braun. On Braun is Ryan Deck. There we go. Up the middle. Kemp somehow got a hold of that fastball. Right on time for a base hit. My goodness. Squared up on that one. 3-1. So Kemp having a good day so far. 2 hits. That's going to send up Ryan Braun. 7th inning, 2-2 ball game. He grounded out and struck out. So we'll see if they can crack the code and get to Josh Stamont. And that 102-mile-an-hour fastball. If they get a hold of it, it might go out 500 feet. Curveball up high. Braun tried to get a hold of it. 1-1. So a 2-2 ball game. Good ball game we've had here in the top of the 7th. Or game 1 of a 3-game series we're featuring from Kauffman Stadium. As you see the sun setting, beautiful skies in Kansas City. Beautiful summer night. Curveball misses, 2-2. On deck for the Expos, they have Zach Collins. Fouled away at 102. Good job just to stay with it. 2-2, nobody out here. They're looking for a ground ball. Or strikeout will do. Curveball at 83. Fouled away just to stay alive. Ron just trying to square up some contact. 2-2, lays off. Good take on that curveball. Could have got that inside corner, although it's 3-2. We'll see what he throws here. Down the middle, and a called strike 3. Braun will go down looking. And out number 1. He made contact with that. It just would have been in the dirt, probably a double play. So here's Zach Collins, 1 for 2 day. He's singled back in the 5th. So we'll see if the Royals can hang tight here. They don't have a great back end of the bullpen, but as we mentioned, Stamont can fire some bullets. See if we can keep him in the ball game. 1-1. So 1 out here. Expos looking to break through. Checks his swing, and he went, says the third base umpire. 1-2. Swung on and missed. Curveball down in the dirt. Collins thought he could get up on that one. Could not. It's the second strikeout for Staumont and 2 away. Here is Cesar Hernandez, an 0-for-2 day for him. Bottom of the order, not able to get it done so far. It'll be up to Hernandez here to score count. They can turn the lineup over. It'd be to Rosarena. Checks his swing. He went. 0-2. Staumont entering his 20th pitch here. Lays off at 101. 1-2. Coming at you at a blur, folks. Fastball up high and manages to foul it away. 1-2. Let's see what Hernandez can do here. 2 away. Fastball he couldn't lay off. Swings and misses. It's 3 strikeouts for Staumont. Does give up a hit, but it's a 2-2 ball game, and it's time to stretch. We'll take a quick commercial break. You won't miss the action. We'll be right back.
For the Royals, the catcher, Salvador.
All right, it's RJ to DJ back with you on Twitch live from Kauffman Stadium. It's a 2-2 ball game. Expos and Royals deadlocked right now here in the bottom of the 7th. They're going to call in the bullpen for the Expos. It's going to be Tim Hill to face the heart of the order for the Royals as they try to battle back. 4-0 record for Tim Hill. He's been good. ERA under 2. Salvador Perez, a 1-for-2 day. He homered off of Tyler Glasnow. And he'll have to face the Submariner Tim Hill here to begin. That's going to be popped up. That's going to go out to center field and drop for a base hit. So Salvy's got 2 hits on the day, and he begins the 7th with a runner on first.
Now batting, third base,
So it's Hunter Dozier. And he's 0-for-2 with a flyout and a ground out. Fouls away the first pitch. So a tough task here for the bullpen. Tim Hill trying to get a ground ball here. That would be ideal. 0-2. Sinker and gets the strikeout of Dozier. So that's 1 away here in the 7th. We'll take that.
now batting, number 66.
All right, and it's a lefty-lefty matchup against Ryan Hearn now with 1 out. We'll see if they can jam him and get a ground ball for a double play. Orioles only their 4th hit on the day. It's 2-5-0 for the Expos, 2-4-0 for the Royals. Deadlocked at 2 now, thanks to 2 solo shots. Michael A. Taylor and Salvador Perez. For the Expos, it came on a 2-run home run by Matt Kemp. That's been their only offense so far. Lays off 3-1. On deck is going to be Nick Heath, the left-handed hitting center fielder. 3-1 from Tim Hill, fouled away. And it runs full, 3-2. We'll see if the runner's going to be in motion. He's staying put. 3-2 gets the called strike 3 on the outside corner. Good pitch by Tim Hill. And now 2 away, 2 strikeouts for Hill. He gets another lefty-lefty matchup here in Nick Heath. So here we go. First pitch misses up high, 1-0. 2 away here in the 7th. Royals have a runner on. That's Salvador Perez. They try to break through. Swung on and fouled. Off the sinker. It's now 1-2. On deck is Michael A. Taylor with that home run. Ground ball here to Solano. He'll fire it over to first. And a little stretch from Zach Collins. He hangs on to it. A big target over there, thankfully. And that'll end the 7th. So a good inning of work from Tim Hill. And still a 2-2 deadlock here in Kansas City. They're going to Scott Barlow out of the bullpen. 2-2 record for him, 5.40 ERA. He's given up a fair share of hits against righties, done better against lefties. We'll see how this fares. He's got a share of righties coming up. 8th inning, and they will go to Tyler Rogers in the bottom of the 8th. So here we go, top of the order for the Expos as they try to break through. 2-2 ball game. It's Randy Rosarena, 0 for 3 day. Strikeout, a pop-out, and a flyout for him. Fastball at 97. They've got some fireballers down there. That's fouled away. We'll see Solano and we'll see Canna as their best chance to break through against Barlow. Good inning of work from Josh Stahman. He struck out the 3 that he faced and gave up a hit. Fastball up high. Rosarena's eyes lit up. Swung on and missed. 1-2. Up high again. They'll try to entice him, but too high. 2-2. So, beginning the second half, we'll see how this plays out. Popped up, fairly hit well into right center. It's going to be the right fielder Soler that's going to make the call and run that one down. So 1 away here in the 8th. That's going to bring up Donovan Solano. Solano, an 0 for 2 day, and he was hit by a pitch. And a ground out and a strikeout since. First pitch inside, doesn't take, 1-0. Pair of righties, Jesse Hahn and Tyler Zuber in the Royal pen. As we mentioned, the back end of the bullpen has not done well. They've not fared well. They will try to keep them in the ball game here, but I have to give it to the Expos advantage. They have the better back end of the bullpen. We saw Tim Hill. We'll see Tyler Rogers in the bottom of the 8th, most likely. Swung on and missed. 1-2 to Solano. On deck, Mark Canna. Would like Solano to reach here. Give Canna a chance to drive him in. 1-2. Inside, almost hits him again. Ouchie. Back out of that. 2-2. Fastball, and it does hit him again. He's been hit for the 2nd time today, and he is not happy about it. Boy, there might be some retaliation for that one. Hit by a fastball on the elbow. That had to have hurt. They're going to go check on Solano to make sure he's okay. And Canna maybe having some words with Salvador Perez here as he stands in. So Solano hit by a pitch for the 2nd time after 2 inside pitches from Barlow. Not sure what that's all about. And here's Canna. He's going to rip one down the left field line, and that's going to be a fair ball. Solano's going to head over to 2nd. Now there's 2 on with 1 out. They're going to have a pinch run for Solano. I'm sure he's in a little bit of pain, so he's going to come out of the game. And they are going to pinch run with have to decide here. Chad Pinder will pinch run for him.
Your attention, please. Now running at second base, number 6. Chad.
We'll keep an eye on Solano, make sure he's okay, but he was not happy, and Canna was backing him up. Here's Franmil with an opportunity to drive in a run here in scoring position. Fouls away the first pitch, 0-1. We mentioned this is their best chance to break through here. He had a walk back in the 6th, but it's been an 0-for-2 day with 2 strikeouts. That was an intentional walk back in the 6th. 2-2 your score. Barlow in a little bit of a jam here. 1-1. The meat of the order. Sanchez on deck as well. Two and one. The Expos trying to win the first game of the second half. 74 wins on the year already. 2-2 swung on and missed. Got to avoid a double play here. If you're going down, go down swinging or hacking hard. Get a hold of something. 3-2, they've run it full. We'll see what the runners decide to do. Pretty good speed out there. Pinder on second, pinch running. 3-2, that's gonna get through for a base hit. They're gonna send Pinder. He's going home, and it's gonna be an RBI single for Franmil Reyes. Canna got back to second, he didn't advance. So it's an RBI single for Franmil Reyes. He breaks through, and it's now a 3-2 ball game. The Expos retake the lead. That gets through past second. So it's first and second for Gary Sanchez. Still one out. They break through here in the 8th. 3-7-0 for the Expos, 2-4-0 for the Royals. Takes a ball 1-0. A much closer game than we expected. It was a good pitching duel, and now it's an all bullpen game. Barlow still in a jam with one away. Takes a ball 2-0. On deck is Matt Kemp with a home run on the day already. Gary Sanchez would love to deliver the knockout blow here. He'll have a good opportunity. 3-0. He's going to see a good pitch to hit, I believe. 3-0 does he take? We'll see. Fastball, that's up the middle. That's going to be a ground ball possibility. 6-4 to 3. Merrill starts the double play and gets him out of it. They do get a run, and it might have to be enough. Franmil Reyes delivers an RBI single, and it's 3-2 Montreal going to the bottom of the 8th. So appreciate everybody hanging out with us. It's a close, tight-knit ball game
Now playing second base.
here in the 8th. 3-2 your score, a little bit closer than we're used to. Here's Michael A. Taylor, and he had a solo home run. He's going to face Tyler Rogers
The designated hitter, Michael.
out of that bullpen as he tries to get some ground ball outs. 19 saves for him on the year. That was as a member of the Giants. Setting up for Roberto Ozuna here, 1.98 ERA, 45 strikeouts, and 41 innings of work. Tough task here, 8-9-1. Michael A. Taylor with that home run. He's 1 for 2 to begin the 8th. And fouled away on the first pitch, 0-1. We'll see Alberto, and it'll be back to the top of the order with Merrill. Rogers, that submariner, almost touches the dirt when he throws. Popped up to left, that's Ryan Braun, and he makes the catch for out number 1. So working quickly here in the 8th as they try to finish this one off.
Second baseman.
Hanser Alberto, 0 for 2, strikeout and a flyout on the day. First pitch from Rogers to Alberto, 0-1. So will it hold? It's got to be a run. That's out to center. That's going to split the gap. Rosarena's going to cut it off. We'll see if he makes the turn for second. He's going to hold the one. So it's a one-out base hit for the bottom of the order. Hansel Alberto turns the lineup over to Merrill. And it's been an 0 for 3 day for him. Well, we'll see what happens here. They've got themselves the tying run over on the bases at first. Alberto runs fairly well. 0-1. Curveball, they're gonna try to turn a double play. 1-6, they can't get the 3 though. So the speedy base runner is on first, the leadoff hitter. But they do get the lead run at second, so that is a big out number 2. Here is Andrew Benintendi, 1 for 3 day. He doubled back in the 6th. He can deliver here. They're gonna leave Tyler Rogers in to face him. They do have a lefty down there. It's Oliver Perez. That's their last lefty left. Trying to go for second, and he does. Merrill takes off for second with a stolen base. That's his first of the year. With the force out at second for the second out, they're trying to get a runner in scoring position, and they do. So 0-1 to Benintendi. But now, Merrill, a good runner over there at second base. They've got a chance to tie this one up. That's going to be a ground ball to Pinder just in the game. He fires over to first, and in time, he will get Benintendi. Great play from Chad Pinder to get him out of the jam. It remains a 3-2 ball game. We're going to the 9th. The Expos will try to tack on a few more. So for the Royals, they're going to Jesse Hahn out of the bullpen. 1-3 record, 4.76 ERA. Fairly well against righties and lefties evenly. 15 strikeouts. He'll face Matt Kemp, having a good day. 2 for 3, a home run, a single, and 2 RBIs. In the bullpen, no doubt it's going to be Roberto Ozuna. Unless they get out by a bunch. They're going to have a tough task. He'll face the power hitters in their order, 3, 4, and 5. So Matt Kemp to lead things off here. It's 6, 7, and 8 in the Expo order. It's Braun, and then it's Collins. 3-2 ball game, hanging on. Plays off 1-1. Took him a while to get some runs. It was 2 runs in the 5th and 1 here in the 8th. That's it pretty well out to left. We'll see if Benintendi can catch up to it. He does. Allowed out number 1 to begin the 9th. Kemp's retired. Here's Braun on an 0 for 3 day. 2 strikeouts. Takes a swinging hack. 0-1. Down low and swung on and missed. Boy, Braun just does not look comfortable. He's had a 3-run home run in the last series, but he just doesn't look comfortable enough. Fouled away, 0-2. Been taking hacks all over the place. 0-2. Jesse Hahn gets a swinging miss on Braun. He'll go down swinging. 3rd strikeout of Braun on the day. So it'll be up to Zach Collins here in the 9th if they want to get another run. A 1 for 3 day for him. He singled back in the 5th, otherwise 2 strikeouts. First pitch, fastball away, 1-0. So nearing our end here, the Expos trying to hang on. They would continue their winning streak if so. No, excuse me, they're on a losing streak, technically, 1 game. White Sox won the last game, so they'll have to start a new winning streak. 2-1. They'd like to begin the second half on a positive note. Like we said, it's a little more difficulty, so we will see how this plays out. 3-1. Cesar Hernandez is on deck. Get a good pitch to hit here. 3-1, fouled away. It'll be full. 3-2. So working back. Popped up in foul territory. Will go out of play. We'll stay alive. 3-2. See a lot more confidence from Zach Collins these days. He found his groove, especially in Montreal. 3 home runs in that White Sox series against his former team. I said, I'm not sure if there's animosity there, but I'd love to see it. Ground ball, that's going to get through even with the shift on Zach Collins. He's going to be aboard on first. It keeps the inning going for Cesar Hernandez. So it's a 2-hit day for Zach Collins, 2 singles. Some good speed on the base pass as well. He is a good runner. Here's Cesar Hernandez, 0 for 3 day with 2 strikeouts. Curveball swung on and missed in the dirt. Perez will hang on to it. Let's see if they can get out of the jam. Jesse Hahn working hard. Swung on and missed 0-2. He's got Hernandez fooled with that curveball. A rough go for some guys. A couple strikeouts on the day. Lays off on that curveball, 1-2. On deck is a Rosarena, top of the order again. Looking for an insurance run. That's a ground ball over to Merrill, who'll go to short way to second. And that'll end the ninth for the Expos. They'll need to keep it to 1. They lead it by 1, 3-2. And Ozuna coming in for the ninth to finish the job. Any way you look at it, it's a tough task for Roberto Ozuna. Looking for his 29th save of the year. He's got to face the heart of the order for the Royals. It's Soler and then Perez and Dozier. It's not going to be easy. He's only got a run to work with. But here we go against Soler. Power v power. First pitch at 98, 0-1. For Soler, it's been 2 strikeouts and a flyout day for him. Changeup left up a little high, but fouled away 0-2, and I can go anywhere with him. 0-2 lays off on that changeup. 1-2, a little inside. Swung on and miss. They're going to get Soler again. 3rd strikeout of Soler, and 1 away in the 9th. Ozuna trying to tie Ryan Presley for the most saves in the American League at 29. He was an all-star, and he closed out the game, although it wasn't a save situation. He closed out the 9th for the American League. Here's Salvador Perez, and a good day for him. Home run and a single and an RBI. He's had the most success of any Royal today. And takes a strike, 0-1. Gotta be careful with him. Fastball gets the call inside, 0-2. Oh, making guys work quickly. 0-2. Swung on a miss on the slurve. Now 2 strikeouts for Ozuna, and now they're 1 out away in game 1 of this 3-game series. That slurve has been his go-to pitch. Looking for a strikeout. That is nasty. It's got so much movement to it. 9-inch break. So it's up to Hunter Dozier. 0 for 3 day for him. Fly out, a ground out, and a strikeout on the day. The Royals want to keep it going. They need this man to get on. Or Homer. Slurve in the zone, 1-1. Comes back. 1-1, 2-1. On deck is Ryan O'Hearn, a lefty. 2-1 count, 2-2, and now down to their last strike. Ozuna will try to punch out the side and get the save. 2-2, here it is. Changeup, that's going to be a ground ball to Collins over there. Bobbles, but he's got it himself. He will take it. 3 unassisted for the final out, and the Expos will hang on and win this one, a close one, 1-run ball game. 3-2, they take game 1 against the Royals. So their woes will continue to begin the second half. Ozuna gets a save. That now ties the American League. 3-8-0 for the Expos, 2-5-0 for the Royals, as they got off to a good start but could not finish it. There's a 2-run home run by Matt Kemp and a RBI single from Franmil Reyes. You see it there. Was the difference in the game today. Ozuna shut the door in the 9th. We talked about it. They had the better bullpen to shut the door. So there you go. Game 1 in the books. Matt Kemp, the player of the game, 2 for 4. Tim Hill gets the win. Scott Barlow take the loss, and Ozuna gets his 29th save. That ties the American League. So pretty good days all around there. It was a little tough from the get-go against Brady Singer, but they got the job done. So it's not how you start, it's how you finish. 2 runs in the 5th, 1 in the 8th. That's all it takes sometimes. But we begin the 3rd inning program. That looks like that's going to be interesting. And I'm already got a new program tier reached. Hey, we got a painful scream program. All right. So we're beginning the 3rd inning program. That must have just started at noon today. So we'll be grinding for stuff in the 3rd inning program. That's pretty cool. Task at hand first, though. We've got game 2 of this series. Porcello against Mike Minor. I'm going to pour some more Coke in here because I'm running low. Again, appreciate to NoNameNerd.com. If you haven't checked them out before, you can do custom logo items on things like hats, like I have on here, on cups, like so, stuff like this, on so many other things as well, t-shirts, hoodies, you name it, and they're really reasonable. They have really good prices, very fast shipping. I ordered this only about 4 days ago, and they had it produced and sent over to me from Nevada, which was really fast. So really cool stuff. They were able to do it really quickly. Very nice products, as you see there. Very good quality as well, especially on the hat as well. So really cool stuff. Check them out, NoNameNerd.com. If you want to see my stuff on there, God forbid you want to order any of my stuff, go right ahead. I do get proceeds for that. NoNameNerd.com. Search for RJ the DJ, all one word, if you want to take a look for that. I have all my stuff listed on there. You can check that out. We do have the links running every now and then on the chat if you want to check that out. But NoNameNerd.com NoNameNerd.com, search for RJ the DJ. If you do, even if you order stuff from me, if you order any kind of stuff, custom build stuff, use codename RJ the DJ. You do get 10% off on that as well. So a big thank you to No Name Nerd, the guys over there, Brian at No Name Nerd. Very cool, awesome company, family-owned business, very cool people, and do check them out for me. I really would appreciate it if you do that. So we got game 2 coming here. Rick Porcello against Mike Minor. Coming to you from Kauffman Stadium. We don't need to make any other moves. Trade deadline is looming, so we'll have to make sure there's nothing else we need to do. But as we mentioned, we did acquire... what was his name? I don't remember. Let's get this out of the way first. Rain in Kauffman Stadium. That may be catastrophic. Caleb Smith, as we acquired from the Arizona Diamondbacks for just a couple minor leaguers, so no big deal. But we did send down Homer Bailey. So he's off the rotation. He'll be sent down. If we do have an injury to the starting rotation, we can use him to take care of that. So no problem there. We're going to get underway here, but I don't like the fact that it's raining at Kauffman Stadium. So we'll see how that plays out, but usually when it rains, that means they're going to make you pull your starter in the middle of the game, and I don't have a starter in the bullpen to go to, so it would be an all bullpen game after that. Rick Porcello and his 13-1 record. A little high ERA than more than I'd like, 3.94, so he does give up his fair share of home runs, but a 13-1 record, you can't complain about that. I mean, that shows you a lot. He gets the bump today, and as far as making any moves, I don't believe we need to. I believe Donovan Solano is okay to play. Maybe we'll take out Ryan Braun. That's maybe what we'll do. We'll put Matt Kemp in left. We'll give Wellington Castillo a start because he is such a hot hitter. We'll let him start as the DH today, and Matt Kemp will play in left field. Hopefully that won't burn us, but we'll see how this plays out. So here we go with game number 2, and let's set you up here. Be right back.
Ce match vous est présenté par la brasserie O'Keeffe Limitée, brasseur des bières O'Keeffe, Raleigh et Carlsberg.
All right, and here we go from a very wet Kauffman Stadium today. Rain falling. game number 2. Excuse me. Of this 3-game series, Montreal Expos, you see there at 75-16, taking on the Royals. It was a 3-2 ball game in game number 1. Guys are playing in the rain out here, but it might be a rough day for defense. And you got Mike Minor on the mound for the Royals. It's been a little bit of a rough go. 3-7 record, 3.86 ERA, 72 strikeouts though in 93 innings of work, and he will face a very good Expo lineup. Didn't get as much offense as we would have liked yesterday, but 3 runs nonetheless. And it's going to be a Rosarena to lead things off. 293 hitter, 24 home runs, 57 RBIs. Those 24 home runs tied for 4th in the American League. So a very wet Kauffman Stadium, water everywhere. And first pitch, 0-1, or 1-0, excuse me. For the Royals, 39-52. They are now last place in the AL Central. They've been bumped down, dethroned from 4th place. And we'll see if they can bounce back at all. It'll be a tough day for some runs. That's going to be up the middle to lead off the ball game. Single for Rosarena. Right past Minor. So the name of the game, while it's raining, try to get to the pitcher as best you can. And that defense, because it's going to be wet out there. Here's Donovan Solano hitting .321, 3 home runs, 18 RBIs. A little bit of animosity between him and the Royals. He was hit by a pitch twice, once by Brady Singer and also by Jesse Hahn. We're not sure what that was all about. Or excuse me, I think it was Barlow. We're not sure what it was all about. He had a little bit of words with the pitcher, and then Mark Hanna had a few words for Salvador Perez as well. Fastball to Solano, first pitch, fouled away. I guess bygones be bygones. The Expos did not retaliate, although they were in a 2-2 ball game at the time, so I don't think they wanted to give him a free runner. Fastball down the middle and swung on and missed, 0-2. So just getting underway from a rainy Kauffman Stadium. We'll see how this plays out today. Rain's falling pretty well. In the dirt, and blocked by Perez, doesn't go too far. And 1-2. On deck is Mark Hanna. I thought I saw a lightning strike out in left center. That would have been scary. They have to clear the field. Inside to Solano again. They're just playing him inside, I guess. But he takes a ball, 2-2. So just getting started. We'll see how long this game will go on for before they put the tarp on. Swung on and missed. They're going to get Solano here swinging. A rare strikeout of Solano. And that'll bring up Mark Hanna. Had a pretty good day yesterday. Got a pair of hits. Rosarena runner on first still. Good speed over there. Don't think anybody's going to be stealing bags today. Wet weather, Mark Hanna. 292 hitter. Still leading the league in home runs, 37. Uncontested. Fouled away, 0-1. See how the second half plays out for him. He's riding an 8-game hitting streak as well. One away here in the first. He does grind into a fair share of double plays. Got to be careful of that. That's hit out to left. Benintendi coming in. He charges and makes the catch. Out number 2. Taking away a base hit from Mark Hanna. So that'll bring up the home run derby winner, Franmil Reyes. 319 hitter on the year. See the rest of the lineup there. Sanchez, Wellington Castillo, the start at DH. Matt Kemp playing in left despite the rain. Zach Collins at first. For Franmil, 319 on the year, 26 home runs, 61 RBIs. Fastball up high, his eyes lit up, swung on and missed. So 2 away in the first, trying to get their first run. Pitch out. Rosarena's not going. He hasn't gone since he played for the Rays. He doesn't steal bags here. It's not part of their game. Lays off, 2-1. On deck is Gary Sanchez. Ground ball play, that's going to be O'Hearn over there. He'll take it himself at first, and that'll end the inning. So they do get their first hit. They'll wait on their first run. We'll go to the bottom of the first with the Royals coming to bat in a rainy Kansas City. So it'll be Porcello, 13-1 on the year. He leads the league in wins. 3.94 ERA. You'd like to keep that down a little bit more. 105 strikeouts, though, in 107 innings. Can't complain about the work he is doing. And leading things off is Kevin Merrill. Here's the rest of the lineup for the Royals for you. It's Benintendi in left, Soler in right, Perez the catcher, Dozier at third, O'Hearn at first. Kyle Isbell gets the start in center field. Michael A. Taylor, the DH, and Hansel Alberto at second. So that's the only change is at center field. Kyle Isbell for Nick Heath.
The shortstop.
And a tough task with Rick Porcello. And we face the top of the order here in the first. 0-1 on the slider, and we're underway in the first. Rain continues to pour down. It's only a matter of time before the outfield gets even wetter. The tarp was on the field for the infield for a while. But they're going to just try to keep it dry as much as possible. It's going to be a steady rain for a little while. See how long it plays out for. 1-2. Marcelo winds and deals. Fastball down low, fouled away. 1-2. We'll see Benintendi and we'll see Soler in the order to begin. A lineup that only put up 2 runs on those 2 solo home runs. That was by Perez, and that was by Michael A. Taylor. 2-2 from Porcello, and that's going to be hit out to right field to begin this ball game for a base hit. Good speed on the base pass. You got to be careful with that. So Merrill is aboard, and here is Andrew Benintendi hitting .245. 6 home runs, 35 RBIs. Lefty here. We'll see if Merrill's going at all. He had a stolen base back in the 8th of yesterday's game. Right now, 0-1. Checks the runner and fires a sinker in there down low, 1-1. He's going to step off just to be sure. They were throwing some signs over to him just to be sure. He's going. Here's the pitch. Fouled away. Might have been a hit and run play, but fouled away in 1-2. Staying put this time. Ground ball. They got a chance to turn 2. They got to hurry. 3-6. Back to 3. They turn the double play. Good job there for Zach Collins to start that double play and get back over to first and cover the bag. So Jorge Soler will stand in, but now nobody on and 2 outs. For Soler, an all-star, .310 hitter, 22 home runs, 66 RBIs. It's been a good year for him. The power hitter's got some average too. And he faces Rick Porcello here with 2 away. First pitch down the middle with the sinker, 0-1. Just getting underway from Kauffman Stadium. If you're joining us, Game 2 of a 3-game series we're featuring with the Royals beginning the second half of the year. Riding high in the first half, we up the difficulty. So we'll see how this plays out. I want to make it a little more fair. Curveball swung on and missed. They're going to get Soler to end the first. So good inning from Porcello. Took him a little bit, but they get out of the inning. And we'll go to the top of the second with no score. There you see the rain continuing to pour down from Kauffman Stadium. We'll see if there's some kind of update on the weather. Heidi Watney doesn't have her microphone on again. Gotta tell her that. We'll see if this rain will end. We don't want any stoppages in play. That's when it starts affecting the bullpen. Gary Sanchez will lead things off here. He's tying his guard. I don't even know how that's possible. Hitting .276 on the year, 16 home runs, 33 RBIs, and he faces the lefty Mike Minor here and takes a strike 0-1. So for the Expos, we'll see Castillo and we'll see Kemp after him. Fastball up high, 1-1. Change up and fouled, 1-2. Boy, it's got to be miserable to just be out there in that wet weather as a pitcher. Swung on a miss. He does get Gary Sanchez, though.
Batting sixth, the designated hitter, Wellington.
Even as a pitcher, you can dry your hand as much as possible, but it's still going to get wet. Here's Wellington hitting .398 on the year. 9 home runs. What an amazing story for him. Since joining the ball club, he was in AAA for the Nationals, just sitting there waiting for an opportunity. He gets traded over. And instead of being a backup catcher, he's been almost an everyday player. They've struggled just to find him opportunities. Matt Kemp has been playing more in the outfield than before. Ryan Braun has been taking more time off now that he is slumping. And it's been Wellington Castillo proving time and time again that they can call on him to be a catcher or a DH. So much so that they acquired a third catcher just to make sure he got enough at-bats. 0-2. Inside, fouled away, remain 0-2. One away here in the second, no score from a rainy Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City. And swung on a miss. They're going to get Castillo here. So 2 strikeouts in the inning for Minor. That's now 3 for him on the day. The rain not affecting him at all. You'd like to keep him out there as long as possible to try to get to him a little bit more. Here's Matt Kemp playing in left field today. Had a home run on the day yesterday. You see 22 of them there now. .322 average, 43 RBIs. He has been nothing short of amazing this year. See if the second half treats him as well. Swung on and missed 0-1. Got a 4-for-19 record against Minor with 2 strikeouts. I appreciate everybody hanging out with us on this Friday. Second game of the 3-game series with the Royals. Tomorrow we'll feature from Tampa. It'll be the Rays and the Expos. Inside to Kemp, lays off 1-2. But we're going to try this all-star difficulty, see if we can hang. We ran out too far out in front in the first half, so make it a little more fair. We'll see how this all plays out. We'll see if it's a little more frustrating or not. Lays off 2-2. So far, so good. Much closer ball games, though, now. Just wait till we get back to a Labatt Park. That's going to be fun. Lays off, and it's full. 3-2. On deck is Zach Collins, the first baseman. See what Kemp gets here. Fastball lays off again, and he'll take ball 4. He'll be on first with 2 away to keep the inning going. And it'll be a lefty-lefty matchup for Mike Minor in Zach Collins. For Zach Collins, it's a 10-game hitting streak. .240 average, 6 home runs, 17 RBIs. He has really come on strong since joining the Expos. He had 2 hits in the day yesterday. This shows you what a change of scenery will do for a guy. It's just amazing. He's got Kemp on first, not very fast. We'll need a good hit here to extend the inning. 1-1. For Minor, 31 pitches with 2 outs here in the second already. Swung on and missed 1-2. I'd like to keep that number down a little bit. I'll try to get to him, leave him out there in the rain a little bit. Swung on and missed. Collins will go down swinging. So it is 3 strikeouts on the inning for Minor. They do give up a hit. Not a run yet. So we go to the bottom of the second. No score from Kansas City. It'll be the catcher Salvador Perez to lead things off. 4, 5, and 6 in the Royal order. For Perez, it was a home run yesterday. .239 hitter, 13 homers, 38 RBIs, and he faces Rick Porcello here in the rain in Kansas City. 13 pitches through the first inning for Porcello. And first pitch is a ball inside, 1-0. So we'll see if the rain affects anybody yet. So far, so good. 1-1. Curveball hammered out to center, but Rosarena was playing back, thankfully. And he'll come in a little bit to make the catch. He was playing no doubles defense. So out number 1 here in the second.
Batting fifth.
Here's a defensive alignment for you. The only change, Matt Kemp in left, and Wellington Castillo is DHing today. Here's Hunter Dozier. 274 hitter on the year, 7 home runs, 33 RBIs. Mainstay over at third base. He fouls off the first pitch, 0-1 from Porcello. Ground ball to his counterpart over at third. That's Mark Canha over there, and he's been perfect. Over at third base, excuse me. Mark Canha has been really good over at third. I think he's finally found a home over there. He's been playing a lot of first base for the Expos, although they have acquired now Zach Collins, a bigger target over at first. So far, so good. 2 away here in the second. Mark Canha with the good play, even in the rain. And here's Ryan O'Hearn, the lefty. And he hammers the first pitch out to center. That's a Rosarena back there. He catches up to it and makes the catch. So that'll end the second. No score so far from Kansas City, a wet Kansas City. Nine, 1-2 in the order for the Spos. It'll be Cesar Hernandez, the all-star, to lead things off. 303 hitter. Facing Mike Minor, who took 33 pitches to the first 2. Struggled a little bit in the rain. Only gave up a hit so far, though. For the Expos, they have left 2 on base. And 1 hit for the Royals so far. They've left nobody on. 2-0. On deck is a Rosarena, and then we'll see Solano in the lineup. If anybody reaches, we'll see Mark Canha. 2-0 fastball, checks his swing, and he went 2-1. It was up high. Could not lay off in time. 2-1, changeup down low, 3-1. Guys being a lot more selective in this ball game. They're trying to let Minor work himself out of this game. They want to get to the bullpen. As do many teams. It's really the name of the game. 3-1, that's hammered out to left, but pulled and fouled. They'll work it back to 3-2. 3-2 to Hernandez. That's hit pretty well in the gap in left center. We'll see. Running it down is Isbell to make the catch. He went a long way to get to that one, taking away a base hit from Cesar Hernandez. Maybe a double. So Kyle Isbell starting today in center field makes a nice play to run that one down. And here is the center fielder for the Expos, Randy Rosarena. Top of the order again, 1 for 1 with a single. So 1 out here in the third. Mike Minor throwing his 40th pitch right here to Rosarena. Swung on and missed. Slider inside. 0-1. We'll see if they can get to Minor here. Try to knock him out of the game early. Ball away, 1-1. And not only that, it keeps him out on the field in the rain longer and longer as you go along. So it's got to affect him at some point. The results haven't been there yet, but here we go. That's hit out well to left center. Benintendi going back at the track. He makes the catch. Allowed out number 2. Rosarena gave it a drive at the deepest part of the ballpark in front of the 387 sign, but just not enough. The wind and the rain not carrying the ball. Had some pretty good contact and may have been out at Labatt Park, but nonetheless, it's just a fly out here. And here is Donovan Solano, 0 for 1, and he takes a strike, 0-1. There's a strikeout back in the first for Solano, a rare strikeout for him. And it's popped up to right center. That may get down, and it will. It's going to be a base hit for Solano. He keeps the inning alive here in the third, and that'll bring up the cannon, Mark Canha, to the plate. Solano goes down and gets that one. He is such a good contact hitter. Has his fair share of dingers too. He is such a good contact hitter. He keeps the inning alive. He is a mainstay hitting second in that lineup. Here is Mark Canha, and he takes a strike to begin 0-1. The line out in the first for Canha. Out to left field. 1 on, 2 outs. For our first run of the ball game, he takes a strike down low on that fastball, and it's 0-2 already to Canha. Trying to keep the inning going. Reyes is on deck. 1-2 inside, and it hits Canha. That is the third hit by pitch in this series. Of course, Canha was talking to Salvador Perez a little bit in Game 2 after hitting Solano twice, so I don't know. There may be some payback coming. So far, nothing has been said between the two. Actually, Franmil now getting into it a little bit with Salvador Perez. There may be some retaliation coming in this ball game. Stick it up for your guys. So Franmil standing in. He barked a little bit with Salvi. He got him to wake up and get out of a crouch. And he hits the ball out to left pretty hard. That's Benintendi out there, and he makes a catch to end the inning. So first pitch he saw, gave it a rip, but Benintendi was there. 3 loud outs, and we go to the bottom of the third. We'll see what happens between the Expos and Royals here in the rest of this game. So it's Kyle Isbell to lead things off. There's Michael A. Taylor and Hansel Alberto behind him. So Rick Porcello will face him here. It's the 20th pitch for Porcello coming here. Fly ball out to left. That's going to be Kemp out there in left. 1 pitch, 1 away. Kemp makes the catch.
Batting eight.
Here's Michael A. Taylor, the DH today. And a home run in the day yesterday. Hitting 192, 7 home runs, 30 RBIs. On deck is Hansel Alberto. One and one. That's lined right to Canha. He makes the catch over at third. Nice play from Canha to stick with it. So here's Hansel Alberto. 2 outs here in the third. Porcello winds and deals, and it gets behind Alberto. Boy, what's going on here? And now the benches might be clearing. Alberto and Sanchez getting into it behind the plate. Boy, he didn't like that. There's been some animosity between these two teams here. The Expos have been hit by a pitch 3 times. Boy. He pitched behind Hansel Alberto. Porcello has never walked anybody this year, so it's hard to believe he was trying to hit somebody if it wasn't on purpose. We'll go back to work. A strike, 1-1. Oh, we'll see. Getting a little testy down there. Here in the rain, no score. Somebody still got to score first, 1-2. But for the Expos, Donovan Solano was hit by a pitch twice. And Mark Canha stood up for him, and then as soon as the next day, Mark Canha gets hit by a pitch, interestingly, with Solano on base. And then Franmil stood up for Canha. And barking back and forth with Salvador Perez. They try to hit their second baseman, but it goes behind him. Here's a play to Solano, and that ends the third. So nothing doing for the Royals here through 3. And no score still in a rainy Kansas City. Here's Gary Sanchez, the catcher, and he got into it a little bit with Hansel Alberto. So we'll see what happens here. So far, the benches haven't cleared yet, but it's been getting a little interesting down there. Mike Minor goes back to work. 49th pitch coming here in the 4th. Up high with a fastball, 0-1. For Sanchez, it was a strikeout back in the 2nd. Trying to get to Mike Minor here. They've only mustered 2 hits. Popped up and foul on the slider up high, 0-2. So something's got to give. We're in the fourth, still no score. Another pitching duel, 1-2. It's been a tough go. Lays off 2-2, good take. On deck is Wellington Castillo and then Matt Kemp in the order. Lays off, full count, 3-2. Good take by Gary Sanchez. See what Minor goes to here. In the zone, that might have been ball 4, but it's popped up foul, and we'll do it again. Lays off, good take by Gary Sanchez to be aboard here to lead off the fourth. Showing some patience from our selective hitters, free swingers. Here's Wellington Castillo, 0-for-1 with a strikeout back in the second. See what he does here with the lefty Minor. Working that pitch count a little bit. First pitch to Castillo in the zone, but fouled, 0-1. If you're just joining us, we're in game 2 of a 3-game series with the Royals to begin the second half of the year. We won game 1, 3-2. A good pitching performance. Swung on and missed by Castillo. Boy, looked like he had it. 0-2. Let's sit back. We got one more on tap for you today, too. We play a series per stream, and we'll have a stream tomorrow, a special Saturday stream. Not sure what time yet, probably 10:30, maybe a little bit later. We'll see. And that'll be against the Rays. Down the middle and fouled away by Castillo, trying to stay alive. 1-2. Still nobody out here in the fourth. Sanchez led off with a walk. Inside, and it hits Wellington Castillo, and something's got to give here. That is the fourth hit by pitch in this series. 2 yesterday and 2 now today. They've hit Canna and they've hit Castillo. It's getting a little bit testy down there. Somebody's got to get warnings between both sides. Here's Matt Kemp. Now it's first and second with nobody out. A good chance here to get our first run. Curveball's fouled away. And 0-1. Well, this is a good opportunity. Matt Kemp took a walk back in the second. Get our home run in game 1. Lays off 1-1. On deck is Zach Collins as well. Bullpen getting stirring with a lefty, Jake Kalish. He may face Zach Collins, the only lefty in the lineup, and then Hernandez is a switch hitter. 1-1 to Kemp. Inside and fouled. 1-2. Like a ground ball here. Not too much speed on the base path, so it'll take a good hit. Outside, lays off, 2-2. Lays off, and it's full, 3-2. Not finding his control right now. I'm sure the rain is really playing with him, but he hasn't given up a run yet. Lays off, and another walk for Matt Kemp. That's back-to-back walks. It's actually 3 in a row if you include a hit by pitch. So Kemp with 2 walks on the day. Bases are loaded, and here is Zach Collins. Still nobody out. It's a lefty-lefty matchup for Minor, and he may be nearing his end here. First pitch. Slider in there for a strike, 0-1. Zach Collins could give it a ride. He can put it anywhere, even a deep fly ball. That'll get a run. Swung on and missed, and now it's 0-2. On deck is Cesar Hernandez, the switch hitter. He'll hit from the right side. We'd like Zach Collins to get a run here. Swung on and missed. They're going to get him here. Good strikeout for Minor, and now 1 away. And a double play can get him out of it. That is a big out, number 1. For Hernandez, he made good contact. He lined out to center field. 0-for-1 day for him. 70th pitch from Minor coming right here. Changeup in there for a strike, 0-1. 22 pitches this inning for Mike Minor. For Hernandez, he's yet to get a hit. He's made some loud contact. He's not got a hit in this series yet. This would be a perfect opportunity. Fastball and fouled away. It's now 0-2. On deck is Randy Arozarena if they can keep it going. Bases loaded with Expos. That's hit pretty well out to left. They may score a run. Benintendi's there. He makes a catch. They are not going to tag. They're going to leave the bases loaded. Benintendi makes a catch in shallow left. And now 2 away. It's going to take a base hit from Randy Arozarena if they want to score here. For Mike Minor, he's just trying to get out of it. Arozarena singled back in the first and flew out in the third. Ducks on the pond. It's a rainy day. Fouled off. 0-1. Figure this is the opportunity. If they get a run here, that may be enough to hold it open today. Fastball inside, almost hits Arozarena. He's got nowhere to put him. 1-1. They're trying to knock Mike Minor out of the game here in the fourth. His pitch count now 75 coming. Here it is. Fastball and swung on and missed up high. 1-2. And now he's a strike away from getting out of it and leaving the bases loaded. Fouled away to stay alive. Good job by Arozarena. Still 1-2. On deck is Solano. Swung on and missed. They get Arozarena swinging, and they strand the bases loaded. No runs, and 3 men left on base. There was no hits in the inning as well. It was a walk, a hit by pitch, and a walk. Middle of the fourth, and we're still looking for our first run. No score from Kansas City. The only consolation may be that they knocked Mike Minor out of this game. But nonetheless, still no score, and anybody can win this one. Back and forth we go. Here is Kevin Merrill to lead things off. 1-for-1 day for him. He takes a strike. 0-1. It'll be the top of the order. Benintendi and then Soler. Rick Porcello back to work. His 30th pitch coming right here. Pop foul down the left side and 0-2. So 28 pitches through the first 3 innings, for Porcello. Hasn't been the same for Mike Minor, although still no score. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 7 men left on base for Montreal. It's been no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on for Kansas City. It's been a great pitching performance from Porcello so far. He's got no run support, and now 2-2 to Kevin Merrill. Back and forth. Ground ball to Zach Collins. He's going to shove it over to Porcello covering first. Nice play to set that one up. 3-1 on that play, and Merrill, the speedy Merrill, is retired. 1 away here in the fourth. Here's Benintendi. 0-for-1 with a ground out back in the first. Porcello will go to work with him. And a changeup in there for a strike. 0-1. Benintendi, he grounded into a double play. That was in the first inning. And hit over to second base. That's Solano. Got it no problem there for 2 outs here in the fourth. Biggest thing here, you would want to run before the 5th inning. Just in case this becomes postponed, it might become an official game. So somebody's got to score here in the 5th. Right now, in the bottom of the fourth, it's Soler, 0-for-1 with a strikeout. Ground ball play. They had the shift facing the other way, and that's going to get through for a base hit. If it had played it normally, Solano would have been right there to make it and get out of the inning. Instead, with the shift on, Soler gets through with a base hit. There was nobody playing on that right side. So that keeps the inning going. We'll see if that affects Rick Porcello now out there for another batter. Here's Salvador Perez, 0-for-1. He had a fly out back in the second. He takes a ball, 1-0. So a few more pitches for Porcello, but the Royals trying to get going here. Ground ball, that's going to be for Canna over there. We'll see if we can throw it over to first. He does. No problem for Canna and the Expos. So they leave a runner stranded, And we're going to the top of the 5th, still looking for our first run. It's 2 hits apiece for both sides, no score though.
Your attention, please.
They do knock Mike Minor out of the bullpen, and we'll call it a little victory. It's Jake Kalish, 4-0 record for him, but a 5.02 ERA. He's given up a fair share of hits against right-handed hitters, and you'll see a good share of them here. With Donovan Solano to lead things off, he's 1 for 2 with a single back in the 3rd. So here we go, 5th inning. Now a bullpen game for the Royals. We'll see what the lefty can do here. Jake Kalish. First pitch to Solano, that's hit well out to left, but gonna hook foul and out of play. So maybe this is what the Expos needed to get the starter out of the game. They worked him hard. Only 2 hits they got off of Mike Minor, but it was a few walks that did the job. They stranded the bases loaded in the 4th. Ball 2, 2-1 outside. On deck is Mark Canha. We'd love for Solano to get on here. That's going to be up the middle. That's going to fall for a base hit. So Solano on cue is on first, and here is Mark Canha coming to the plate. That is big. That's their 3rd hit of the game in this rainy weather. We'll see if they can break through right now. Solano among the batting average leaders in the American League. It was a perfect swing. Here's Mark Canha. It's been an 0-for-1 day. He was hit by a pitch last time. Let's see how this plays out. 1-0, misses the call on the slider. For Canha, 2 for 5 in the series. He had a double in game 1. Looking to break through right here. Looking for our first run of the ball game. Inside, that's hit pretty well out to left. Is that going to stay fair? No, it hooks foul. Boy, that would have been a home run down that left side. Just out in front, a little too far. He gave it a good ride, though. And now 1-1. Kalish will have to be a little more careful with him. Inside again, but hammered down the left side and foul. Canha's all over that one. Just a little out in front again. We'll have to go to a breaking ball, I would assume. 1-2. Down that left field line. Hey, man, he's trying really hard. On deck is Franmil. He's got a pitch to Canha as well. 1-2. Inside, almost hits him again. Lays off, and now 2-2. Honor your runner on first. Canha trying to break through right now. Lays off, and it's full, 3-2. Good take by Mark Canha, who's been free swinging lately. What does he do here? 3-2. Got him swinging. Couldn't get the fastball up high. And that's the first out of the 5th. A big out to get Canha. Just got under it a little too much. Canha goes down swinging. Here is Franmil. It's been an 0-for-2 day for him. An unassisted ground out to first and a line out. He would love to break out. First pitch to Reyes. That's hit well out to right center. They're not going to get a hold of that one. And yes, they do. That is caught by Soler, and Solano is doubled up. We thought there was no chance they would catch to that one. Soler came out of nowhere to make the catch. They double up Solano, and that ends the 5th. Oh, my goodness. Base running blunder again. Ay. So they get out of the jam. They get a double play. And now we're on to the bottom of the 5th. Rick Porcello still working a no 0-0 score. Only giving up 2 hits. But the Royals feel like they can still break through. First pitch to Hunter Dozier is going to be to Solano. He's got to hurry. Bobbled and thrown over to first. Not in time. That is an error on Solano. He's almost a sure thing over there at second base. He bobbled the ball, and it was a miscue enough that he couldn't get it to first in time. So now the Royals have themselves a runner on first on the E4. The rare E4 on Solano. It's been a rough series for him. Hit twice as well. And here's O'Hearn. 0 for 1 day for him, the lefty first baseman. 0 for 1 with the line out in the second. So we'll see. Porcello 41st pitch coming here. Swung on and missed 0-2. Nobody out in the fifth. Royals trying to threaten here. Still no score. Popped up to the catcher. That's Sanchez there. Makes the catch. And 1 away.
The center fielder, number
The
28.
pitching duel continues, but it's a bullpen game for the Royals. Kyle Isbell, the center fielder, 0 for 1 with the line out in the third, stands in. Popped up to left and foul, 0-1. So can the Expos hang on? They have left 8 men on base. Hit out to center field pretty well. That's a Rosarena out there to make the catch, though. He's got it. And Hunter Dozier will head back to first. And 2 away now here in the fifth. Porcello has been really good. No run support to show for it. Here's Michael A. Taylor. 0 for 1 day for him. Unassisted ground out. 1-0, fouled away, 1-1. Change up down the line. That's going to be Canna over there. He'll fire over to first. No problem. Mark Canna looking really good at third base these days and gets the final out of the fifth. But we've played 5 in a rainy Kansas City. Still no score. Somebody's got to break through. For Montreal, it's going to be Gary Sanchez to lead things off. He's 0 for 1 with a walk back in the fourth. He'll face the lefty Jake Kalish, still out there. Got out of a jam. We got a double play out in right field. Popped up on the first pitch to his counterpart, Salvador Perez, and he will make the catch. 1 pitch, 1 away here in the sixth.
Now batting, designated hitter.
Rain is really playing with guys today. It's an all-pitching duel. Here's Wellington Castillo, hit by a pitch last time up. 0 for 1. He's also struck out. Ground ball, that's through, but foul. Somebody's got to break through here. Swung on and missed on the changeup, and now 0-2. On deck is Matt Kemp. Lays off on the fastball down low, 1-2. Guys just can't break through. Your best opportunity was in the fourth with the bases loaded. That's going to be back up the middle, though. Castillo's going to be on first with 1 away. With a base hit to center. We'll see if this plays out. Standing in is Matt Kemp. And it's been 2 walks for him. He's still waiting to have an official at-bat today. So, seeing the ball really well. Home run yesterday. Hit out to left, hammered, but foul off the screen. He'll try to get to Jake Kalish here. It's in a bullpen game the rest of the way for the Royals. That is hit pretty well in the gap in right center. Nobody's going to catch that one. That's going to get down. Wellington Castillo is going to head for third, and he's in there. It's a single for Matt Kemp, and now first and third.
The first baseman,
So here in the sixth, threatening a little bit, a lefty-lefty matchup here for Zach Collins. He'll want a better outing here. 2 strikeouts for him on the day so far. A sac fly may score a run, although it's going to take a deep sac fly because it's Wellington Castillo, not very good speed over there at third. We'll see what happens here. 1-0 to Zach Collins. Fouled away on that fastball, trying to catch up with it. 1-1. 1 out. You want to avoid the double play. You just want to get a ball in the air somewhere in hopes that you can get a run to score. 1-2. They get the call on the changeup down low. And now 1-2. They have a chance to get out of it here. inside. They got a chance to turn 3 or 2, excuse me, 3 to 6, back to 3, not in time. So the run does come in to score. They'll produce a run. Zach Collins and his speed will beat it out at first. They couldn't get the double play fast enough. So it's 1-0, Montreal over Kansas City. First run of the day comes here in the 6th from Zach Collins. So runner on first, 2 outs here is Cesar Hernandez, an 0-for-2 day for him. Still looking for his first hit of the series. Fouls away the first pitch. So it's not the exact way you wanted a run, but it works. Nonetheless, it's a 1-0 game. Finally, some run support. Popped up in the infield. That'll be Alberto there. He makes the catch. That ends the 6th, but they do get a run. Manufactured. And it's 1-0 Expos. We'll see if that will hold. We go to the bottom of the 6th. So it's 9-1-2 in the order for the Royals as they face Rick Porcello. Still doing good. Through 5 innings, he's only thrown 47 pitches and given up 2 hits on the day. He's left both stranded. 1-0 count to Alberto to lead things off here. Let's see how this all plays out right now. Ground ball play. Goes foul. 1-1. 50th pitch coming from Porcello here. Pitch count is where you want it to be. Fouled away. At least has some run support now. 2-2. Be careful with the 3rd time around in the order for the guys after this. 2-2 to Alberto. Lays off and it's full. 3-2. That's going to get the bullpen stirring a little bit. They're going to have Oliver Perez down there warming up, the lefty. Those lefties in the lineup just in case. Popped up. That's going to be Solano back there to make the catch in the outfield in front of Franmil. And out number 1 here in the 6th. You see the standings, 75-16. They're 24 games out in front of the Yankees. We've upped the difficulty to All-Star. We'll see how that plays out. It's going to be a tough second half. We know that for sure. Here's Kevin Merrill. 1-for-2 day for him with a single. One away here in the 6th. 1-0 your score. Zach Collins avoided a double play to score a run from 3rd. That has been the only run to speak of. That's popped up to Solano as well. And out number 2. Porcello looking really good right now as he faces Andrew Benintendi. Whitgren down in the bullpen as well. Don't think you need him yet. Porcello's been really good. I'd like to get him some more run support and have him come back out for the 7th. 0-2. Taking in the inning here. Fouled away by Benintendi, staying alive. On deck is Jorge Soler. You got to be wary of that. 3rd time around, they're going to start hacking. 0-2, lays off on the sinker. Good take by Benintendi. The 1-2. That's hit pretty well. That's going to split the gap in left field. Benintendi is going to be on second with a 2-out double, and here comes Jorge Soler. Now, this gets a little interesting. Salvador Perez will hit after. Don't want Soler to get a ride on anything. So decision time right now. They're going to go to Oliver Perez out of that bullpen. And that's going to do it for Porcello today. Gives up a run. He's responsible for the runner on second. So he can either win it or tie it. He can't lose it. See what happens here. Oliver Perez, 1.63 ERA, 5-3 record. They're going to intentionally walk Jorge Soler, so that counts as 1 batter for Oliver Perez. He can now face just 2 if it keeps on going. So they're going to go after Salvador Perez. 2 on. tying run at second base. First pitch, ground ball. He will throw over to first. Cesar Hernandez throws it over and gets him out of the sixth. One pitch from Oliver Perez is all he needs. And after 6, 1-0 your score. The bullpen still going. Top of the 7th we go. It's the top of the order. Randy Arozarena to lead things off to face Jake Kalish. Still out there. He's been good. 0-1. Arozarena. He had a single back in the first, and that's it. Fly out and a strikeout since. Expos got their first run. They'd love to extend that a little bit further. Swung on and missed. 0-2. On deck is Solano and then Canna. Love to break through here in the rain. Swung on and missed again. And down swinging is Arozarena. That was way up there. So here's Solano with one away in the 7th. It's been a 2-for-3 day with 2 singles for the sure hitting Solano. Takes a ball here, 1-0. 1-0 your score on a manufactured run by Zach Collins. That's been it. Down the line and foul and left side. Almost a base hit. 1-1. Fastball inside, almost hits him again. It has been a rough series for Solano. There's going to be a fight in this series. I'm calling it right now. Inside again, almost hits him, and now 3-1 to Solano. He came out of that game in game 1 after being hit twice just to give him a rest. 3-1. Lays off, and it's full 3-2. I'd like to get him on here for Canna again. Do some damage. 3-2. That is right to Hunter Dozier over at third. Jammed him a little bit. It might have been ball 4. But Dozier makes a catch, and now there's 2 away. Nobody on for Mark Canna. For Canna, it's been an 0-for-2 day, and he was hit by a pitch back in the 5th. Excuse me, in the 3rd, and struck out in the 5th. It said... Never mind what it said. First pitch, down low, 1-0. Canna's got an 8-game hitting streak that he may snap if he doesn't get on here. Popped up. And that's going to be Hansel Alberto there. Calls for it, and he's got it. So it's time to stretch. A quick ball game. 1-0 your score. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
Leading up for the Royals, the third baseman, Hunter Dozier.
All right, we're back to you live from Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City. It's been a rainy Kauffman Stadium the entire game today. Game 2 of this 3-game series. The Expos trying to hang on. 1-0, they lead the Kansas City Royals. Been no runs whatsoever on either side. It's been pitching and all pitching so far. The rain, it's been hard to manufacture any runs. The Expos finding a way to in the 6th with Zach Collins. So in the 7th, they're going to leave Oliver Perez back out there. He only threw one pitch in the 6th to end the inning. And he will face Hunter Dozier here, 0 for 2. It's a pair of lefties after. So we'll see if he can hold on here in the 7th. And the first pitch is a strike, 0-1. It's been a ground out, and he reached on an error last time. Slider inside, 1-1, doesn't take. A tough task for Oliver Perez here. One run, got a hold. Rain continues to fall, although much lighter than it was at the start. The outfield's wet, everything's wet out there. And trying their best to keep it going. Swung on and missed on the fastball. A big out, number 1 here in the 7th. They get Hunter Dozier. And one away for the lefty-lefty matchup in Ryan O'Hearn. For O'Hearn, it's been a line out and a pop out, 0 for 2. Fastball and gets the call on the outside corner, 0-1. On deck, we'll see Kyle Isbell, another lefty, for Oliver Perez. Swung on and missed, 0-2. They do have double barrel action in the bullpen. It's Nick Whitgren still waiting to come in if need be. And then they also have Tim Hill down there, another lefty. Just in case. They don't want to take any chances. It's one run they're playing with here. 0-2 to O'Hearn. Swings and misses on the slider outside. Sanchez hangs on to it. And that is out number 2. Perez doing his job. And here's Kyle Isbell, 0 for 2 day for him. It's been 2 lineouts to left and to center. And Perez 1 out away from getting out of the 7th and fouled away on the first pitch, 0-1. One run be enough. It'll be a tough showing. Hang on 1 second. There we go. 0-2. Swung on and missed. He gets out of the jam. He ends the 7th, retiring all 3 batters. And with 1-0 score after 7. So far, so good. It's holding up. We begin the 8th with Franmil Reyes, 4, 5, and 6 in the order for the Expos. And it's Jake Kalish still out there, unbelievably. So the 3 guys, it's going to be Tyler Rogers back in there again. Or do we want Whitgren? It's possible we can go to Whitgren. You know what? Let's go to him. We've left him warm so long now. We're going to go to Whitgren in the 8th inning, and we'll make sure that he's good to go. So it's Franmil to lead things off here. It's been an 0 for 3 day for him. Ground out, line out, and fly out. The rain has finally stopped here in the 8th, thankfully. We'll see if that opens up any home run balls or anything like that. 0-1 to Franmil. After him, it'll be Sanchez and Castillo. Kalish trying to give him some length out of that bullpen. 0-2. Doing well so far, but he's thrown 38 pitches. He's got to start getting tired, I would think. Inside, misses 1-2. The attendance 32,738. A lot of them have hung on, and they're back in their seats now with the rain stopping. Let's see how this plays out here in the end. In game number 2, inside, gets him swinging. And Franmil has an 0 for 4 day. He goes down. Rough go for it for him to begin the second half. You hope the home run derby didn't mess with him too much. So it's 1 away here in the 8th. Here's Gary Sanchez. It's been an 0 for 2 day with a walk back in the 4th. And he takes a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. A 1 for 6 series for Sanchez to begin. They're trying to fight off these lefties. They won't manufacture the run. Swung on and missed up high, 0-2. managed to get 5 hits, 1 run on 5 hits, 1 error, and 9 men left on base. That was the biggest thing. They left the bases loaded back in the 4th. Otherwise, we might have had more. It's been no runs on 3 hits, no errors, and 4 men left on for the Royals. Fouled away by Sanchez. He stays alive, 1-2. 1 out here in the 8th. We're nearing our finish. The rain has subsided finally. Just overcast skies. 2-2, lays off. But how will this finish? One run be enough? 2-2 inside, almost hits him. Backs out, and now it's full with Wellington Castillo on deck. Lots of questions. We'll see if they get answered here. 3-2 inside, but he fouls it away. Might have been ball 4. Now Kalish can kind of go anywhere. In the zone, but popped up in foul territory. It's O'Hearn to make the catch over at first. So 2 away, excuse me.
Now batting, the designated hitter.
So looking to get out of it here in the 8th. Here's Wellington Castillo. He's been hit by a pitch, and he had a single last time up in the 6th. He later scored. That's going to be a base hit out to left. Wellington's going to be aboard here in the 8th with 2 outs. So it's been a 2-hit day for Wellington.
The left fielder.
Keeps his hitting going. Here's Matt Kemp, a 1-for-1 day. 2 walks and a single. He finally broke through in the 6th. See if they can do it again. 2 outs here. Takes a ball, 1-0. 3 for 5 in this series is Matt Kemp with a home run and 2 RBIs. His hot hitting in the second half continues. Kalish, 51st pitch coming. Checks his swing and he went. Did Matt Kemp. And 1-1. 2 outs in the 8th. Wellington Castillo on first, 1-0. Your score, Expos hanging on. Want more. Lays off 2-1. Kalish giving up the run. Down low and 3-1. Might walk him here. On deck is Zach Collins. He manufactured the run on the day. That's it. See what he does with Kemp here. 3-1. Fastball up high, and Kemp will take another walk. That's 3 walks on the day for Kemp and a single. He has been on base all 4 times. So now they're going to go to the bullpen. They're going to call on Tyler Zuber to come out of that pen. Only 1 inning of work for him this year, a 9 ERA. He gave up a run in that inning. 3 strikeouts, though. It's going to be Zach Collins to face him. They are going to pinch run over at second base now that Castillo is in scoring position. They're going to put Jorge Bonifacio in there. He's going to become the new DH. And they hope that a base hit will score him here by Zach Collins. Kemp on first, Bonifacio, the pinch runner, on second, where Zach Collins has been an 0-for-3 day, but a fielder's choice scored a run back in the 6th for him. Takes a strike here, 0-1 to the new pitcher, Tyler Zuber. And the Expos break through. Swing and a miss. Slider inside. Collins couldn't get a hold of that one. Nobody could. 0-2. Gotta be more selective here. 2 on, 2 out. Fouled away. Will remain 0-2. They could use a really good insurance run here for that bullpen. 0-2. Lays off. Good take. 1-2. Looking for a fastball, and he hasn't got one yet. Everything's been down low or inside. In the zone, fouled away to stay alive. 1-2 by Zach Collins. Bonifacio at second, trying to come home. Inside, that's going to be to the glove of O'Hearn. Nice play to save the game for the time being. Keeping it at 1 run. 1-0 here scores. We go to the bottom of the 8th. It's 8-9-1 for the Royals to begin the bottom of the 8th. They're going to have a new pitcher out there. It's going to be Nick Whitgren. Bullpen's going to be stirring aplenty. Whitgren will come in here, and he's been really good. A .29 ERA, 9 holds on the year, 31 innings of work. He will have a tough task to keep it at a run. Here's Michael A. Taylor, 0 for 2 day. He takes a ball, 1-0. It's been a ground out and another ground out. 2 on the day. 2-0 here. After him, it'll be Alberto and then Merrill, the top of the order. 3-0 to begin. That's not what you want from Whitgren. Normally, he's lights out. 3-1, he's got a strike there. Be a little more selective, I guess. 3-1 to Taylor. Swung on and missed. Works it back to 3-2. So good work from Whitgren. Now he's got to shut the door. 3-2, full count. Swing and a miss. He gets Taylor for out number 1. Nice job to work all the way back from 3-0. 3 strikes in a row to get Taylor swinging. So now 1 away. Here's Hansel Alberto, bottom of the order for the Royals. And it's been 2 flyouts for him, both to second base. And 0 for 2 and 1 for 5 in this series. 2-0 again. Going to be too selective. Didn't want anybody to get a hold of anything, I guess. That's hit pretty well to right, but that's going to be right at Franmil Reyes for the second out. So Whitgren working around. He's got the top of the order here. Kevin Merrill with 2 outs here in the 8th, trying to hold on and give the ball to Ozuna in the 9th. First pitch to Merrill, fouled away, 0-1. Can't believe I'm saying it. It's been 1-run ball games in the first 2 here for the Expos. Very unlike them. So 2, ground ball over to Zach Collins at first. He's going to take it himself. Will beat out the speedy Merrill. And that ends the 8th. A good inning of work from Nick Whitgren to set it up for Roberto Ozuna in the 9th. 1-0 your score. We're going to the 9th with Hernandez, Arozarena, and Solano coming up. So it's Tyler Zuber still out there. The ball is going to be handed over to Ozuna in the 9th unless they score more than 3 runs. For Hernandez, he needs to get it going. 0 for 3 and 0 for in the series so far. And a line-out, fly-out, and a pop-out in the game. Royals bullpen has Josh Staumont and Scott Barlow going. They were good in game 1. Swung on and missed on a good changeup from Zuber. 1-1. On deck is Randy Arozarena, top of the order. Like Hernandez to get on here somehow. Popped up to right field, and his woes continue. That's an 0 for 4 day for Hernandez. That's Soler to make the catch. 1 away here in the 9th. Back to the top of the order. It's Randy Arozarena, 1 for 4. The single back in the 1st. Since the single, it's been a flyout and 3 consecutive strikeouts for Arozarena. So it's been a rough finish for him, but he would love to be on here in the 9th. 1-0, excuse me. 1 out. Zuber fires a fastball in there down low, but fouled away. 1-1. On deck is Solano and then Canna if they can reach. 1-1 lays off on the changeup. Good take. 2-1. They have stranded 11 men on base of the Expos. 1-6-1. 0-3-0 for the Royals. They've left 4 on base. That's been the biggest problem for the Expos today. 2-2. That's fouled away to stay alive at 2-2. Rosarena will not want to go down swinging here. That'd be the golden sombrero. He's already struck out 3 times. Ooh, good take on that curveball. Just missed the zone, says the home plate umpire. And now it's full, 3-2. See what he gets here. Fastball and fouled. We'll do it again. We'd love to get a rip on one here. Checks his swing, but it's ball 4. It's up high, and Rosarena will take a walk. And 1 on, 1 out for Donovan Solano. For Solano, 2 singles on the day, 2 for 4 on this day, 2 for 6 in the series. He's got a good runner over at first. See if they can get another run. First one is a curveball outside, ball 1. On deck, Mark Canha. Would love to get to him in the order. Lays off again, 2-0 outside. Solano is such a good hitter. He's such a great acquisition from the Giants. Came along with Tyler Rogers. That is hit pretty well out to left or right center. That's going to fall for a base hit. Another hit for Donovan Solano. That's now 3 for 4. And that'll put 2 on for Mark Canha with 1 away. For Canha, it's been a different story. It's an 0 for 3 day. He's been hit by a pitch, but that's it. There's a line out, hit by pitch, strikeout, and 2 pop-outs. Lays off here, 1-1. Boy, if he gets a rip on one here, that could end the day. Fouled away, 1-2. They've kept him quiet in this series so far. 2 on, 1 out. 2-2. This is low. On deck is Franmil Reyes. Got to go after one of the 2. 2-2 to Canha. Lays off. Good take. 3-2. Worked him full. He's in danger of loading the bases here to Franmil Reyes. Got to go after Canha here, and he takes a walk. It's ball 4. That may have been in the zone, but he doesn't get the call. So Canha takes the rare walk again after being hit by a pitch. And now the bases are loaded for Franmil Reyes. They need to break through here. They're going to get another pitcher warm out of that bullpen just in case. It's going to be Austin Adams. In case they break through here. Franmil, it's been an 0 for 4 day. Unassisted ground out, line out, fly out, and a strikeout, excuse me. They're showing it twice on the board. I don't know why. So 0 for 4. That means he's due. Bases loaded full of Expos. Up high with a fastball, 1-1. There's nowhere to put him. They can always walk their way in. That would be big here in the 9th. On deck is Gary Sanchez. That is popped up out to left. Benintendi's going to make the catch. They're not going to be able to tag, even with the Rosarena out there. Just not enough. Didn't get enough of it. Out to left. A little bit harder, and Rosarena could have scored. Now they're in danger of stranding the bases loaded again. Here in the 9th, it's Gary Sanchez, 0 for 3 day. A strikeout, a walk, and 2 pop-outs. Facing Zuber here. 1-0, doesn't get the call. You see there, the Expos have left 11 men on base, in danger of leaving 3 more. The Royals have left 4 on base. Sanchez has got to break through here. 2-0, they can always walk him. For Zuber, this is 25 pitches this inning. Laboring here in the 9th. Still has yet to give up another run. That is hit pretty well out to center, but that may be caught. Isbell back there, and he makes the catch on the warning track. He runs it down and strands the bases loaded. So now 14 men have been left on base in this game for the Expos. It's a 1-0 ball game, and they're going to have to ask Ozuna to close it down in a 1-run game yet again. Unbelievable.
Leading up for the Royals.
So here we go. It's Roberto Ozuna again in line for another save. If he gets 30, he will take the league lead. He's got another tough task ahead of him. 2, 3, and 4 in the order. It's Benintendi, Soler, and Perez. So 1 run will have to do it. We have left 14 men on base. Unbelievable. First pitch to Benintendi's a strike, 0-1. Here we go at the bottom of the 9th. Slurve doesn't take, 1-1. Ozuna's going to have to be perfect again. He had 3 strikeouts in game 1. 2-1 to Benintendi. Don't want to put anybody on for Soler. He could walk it off. Fouled away, 2-2. Tense moments here at Kauffman Stadium. Ground ball, that's going to be over to Solano, and they've got 1 out. 1 away here in the 9th. Big batter looming in Jorge Soler here. 1 for 2 with a single back in the 4th. 1 for 6 in this series. He's been intentionally walked in the game as well back in the 5th. It worked out. They got to face him here with 1 away. Ground ball, that's going to be back to Ozuna. He's got it. Fires over to first for the out number 2. That's a big out number 2. And now just 1 away. It's the catcher, Salvador Perez. For Salvi, it's been an 0 for 3 day, but 2 for 7 in the series. He is the last chance for the Royals. They want to avoid losing game 2 here. Expos going for the series win again. 0-1. Slurve in the zone. Called a strike, 0-2. Now down to their last strike. Boy, he could have hammered that one. Here we go, 0-2. Lays off on that Slurve, way outside, 1-2. Ozuna looking to shut the door again. Here we go, 1-2. Cutter, and it's fouled to stay alive, 1-2. Trying to get him to chase something. Change up, that's going to be a ground ball to short, and that'll be Hernandez over there, fires the first, and it's thrown away! But here goes Perez over to second, and he's going to be thrown out! He took off for second and got away from Zach Collins. Sanchez picked it up, covering behind Collins, and threw it over to second to get Perez. Unbelievable, it ends the ball game. 1-0 your score. If he would have just stayed put, they would have had a runner on. He thought he could take off for second, and he was nabbed. Heading for second. Unbelievable finish to this ball game. Boy, 1-0 your score. It was a rainy day the whole way until it ended in the 7th. But 1 run was enough to do it. Ozuna will get the save, although in unceremonious fashion. Boy. On a day where the Expos stranded 14 runners on base, and that is not good. They have left the bases loaded twice in this ball game. 1-7-2 for the Expos, 0-3-0 for Kansas City. They could not get it done. Rick Porcello gets the win. Jake Kalish gets the loss. Roberto Ozuna gets his league-leading 30th save of the year. For Matt Kempill, it is a 1-for-1 day with 3 walks. Wellington Castillo was 2 for 3 with a run scored, and Donovan Solano 3 for 5 on the day. But it was Zach Collins that forced a fielder's choice after he beat out a throw on a double play attempt at first base, scored Wellington Castillo, and that was the ball game. 1-0 your score. That was it. That's all they had to show for it, but they, nonetheless, a win is a win. They take game 2 of this series, so things are getting a little tougher now in all-star difficulty. Won a pack for it too, that's nice. so we'll get on with game 3. It's Cole Hamels against Danny Duffy, and for Cole Hamels, it was a great first half, 10-1 with a 1.72 ERA. For Danny Duffy, is looking to get it going a little bit more, 6-7 with a 4.59 ERA. It's a battle of more lefties out of that Kansas City bullpen, rotation. They love their lefties. So here we go, game number 3 today. And we're underway here shortly. Washington has claimed Homer Bailey off of waivers. So we had to send Homer Bailey on waivers. This is a revocable waiver request. Would you like to withdraw this waiver request now? No, we'll let Homer Bailey go if Washington wants him. So what we'll do is we'll have to sign somebody out of free agency if we want to use him. So Washington has claimed Homer Bailey off of waivers from Montreal. He will depart. He did not clear waivers into the minor leagues. So that's kind of unfortunate that we lose him, but Homer Bailey will join the Washington Nationals, the former Expos. Cole Hamels against Chris Bubic. They have made a move. They have changed their rotation up. Chris Bubic on the mound. He's 1-11 on the year. I'm not sure what happened to Danny Duffy. Nonetheless, clear skies today, I'm assuming, yes. Clear skies from Kauffman Stadium, much better weather. So I don't know what happened to Danny Duffy. Looks like he has been set down. Chris Bubic, a starter, a lefty as well. 1-11 record on the year. That's a interesting move to put him in. So it's a battle of lefties still. It's Cole Hamels and Chris Bubic. I don't even know who he is. So here we go with the finale. And we're going to have Wellington catch for Gary Sanchez, as we normally do in game number 3s. Who else would we like to sit down? Ryan Braun can start today. We're going to sit down Zach Collins. We're going to use Sean Rodriguez to face a lefty because he's better against lefties. And do we want to make any moves? I don't think we need to make any other moves. So that looks pretty good to me. I think we'll roll with that. I'm actually going to take a little restroom break. I'll be right back. Too much of Coke going through me right now. So I'll be right back. We're going to take a quick ad break, and we'll be right back, and we'll start this ball game here shortly. So game 3 coming up here shortly. Don't go anywhere. We will start here in a moment. Just hang tight. All right, I believe we are ready to go here shortly. Let's get you set up here. and we will get started.
You're watching Major League Baseball on TSN, the sports network. Expos Baseball on TSN. Brought to you by Pepsi. Pepsi reminds you to be young, have fun, drink Pepsi.
All right, and here we go. Royals and Expos.
And now, your 2021.
So Bobby Witt Jr. making his Major League debut for the Royals today. We've heard a lot about Bobby Witt Jr. And for AAA this year, he hasn't hit well, 176, 1 home run, 2 RBIs, but enough to get the call up. So he will make his Major League debut at shortstop today, and we hate Major League debuts because that means bad news for us. But Bobby Witt Jr., the prize prospect of the Royals, will make his debut against us, of course, trying to avoid a 3-game sweep. The Expos will try to do it with Cole Hamels. For the Royals are going with Chris Bubic, and we didn't understand this move. We're not sure. Danny Duffy was the scheduled starter. For Bubic, he's 1-11. It's been a rough go. 4.58 ERA, 79 strikeouts and 94 innings of work. He's given up 100 hits as well. He doesn't have the record to show for it. With bright blue skies today, better weather than yesterday, and Randy Arozarena is here to lead off against the Royals, and much better weather today. Here we go with game number 3. The Expos will try to get the sweep here. And Arozarena takes the ball 1-0, and we're underway from Kauffman Stadium. The lineup for the Royals here, that's going to be this here. It's going to be Michael A. Taylor playing out in center field to lead things off. They have Mejia, the DH, not sure which Mejia that is. And they have Jorge Soler in right field. They have Perez, the catcher, Alberto, the second baseman, Dozier at third. Benintendi moves down the order in left. O'Hearn, the first baseman, and batting ninth. And making his Major League debut is Bobby Witt Jr., the shortstop today. Lefty Bubic facing Arozarena. Battle lefties today with Cole Hamels. 1-0 to Arozarena and misses 2-0. 93 degrees today, clear skies. Oh, excuse me. Ay, ay, ay. 2-0 to Arozarena. Lead things off. It'll be Solano and Canna here in the first. Not much change to their lineup. Shatters the bat and in front of Bubic. He'll make the play over to first and 1 away. So nothing doing for Arozarena to lead things off. Here's the rest of the lineup for you. Solano, Canna, Reyes, Castillo hitting fifth, Kemp at the DH today, Ryan Braun. Then Sean Rodriguez at first. Zach Collins will get the day off. And it's Cesar Hernandez. They round out the lineup. Here's Donovan Solano coming off a 3-hit ball game. It's been a testy day or series between Solano and a few guys. He's been hit by a pitch twice, and then Canna was as well. These guys have been a little tested, and we're waiting for the dugouts to break out and have a confrontation, but it hasn't happened yet. It's cooled down, and we'll see what happens in game number 3. 1 out for Solano. Fouls it away. It'll be 1-2. On deck is Mark Canna. But for Solano, they have been unable to figure him out. He's been on quite a bit, as he normally does, hitting .326, 3 home runs, 13 RBIs. Mainstay at the top of the order. Swung on a miss, though. They get him this time. We'll go down swinging for 2 outs here in the first. First strikeout for Bubic, and that'll bring Mark Canna to the plate. For Canna, it's been a quiet series. .289, 37 home runs, 76 RBIs, but he's only got one hit in the entire series. First pitch to him is going to be in the zone for a strike on the changeup, 0-1. If we can reach, we'll see Franmil Reyes. And for Canna, a slow second half start. Popped up, out into right field. That's in the Bermuda Triangle of the outfield. And it's going to be Hansel Alberto that runs out to the outfield to make the catch. He'll call off everybody else, and Canna's retired, and so are the Expos. We'll go to the bottom of the first with no score from beautiful Kansas City. It'll be up to Cole Hamels. They want to pull off the sweep. He's been good. 19th start for him this year. 10-1 record, 172 ERA. It's the 167 strikeouts in 115 innings that really blows you away. Limiting 69 hits. Only about a hit every 2 innings averaging. And here's Michael A. Taylor to lead things off, hitting 190, 7 home runs, 30 RBIs. We'll try to get some different production out of the guys. They've changed their lineup a bit. The introduction of Bobby Witt Jr. to the lineup, his major league debut today. He'll be at the bottom of the order. And a ball here, 1-0. So 76-16. The Expos are 60 games above 500. A record-breaking first half of the year. We'll see how the second half goes. They've won the first 2. Popped up the center. It's a Rosarena, and he'll make the catch for out number 1. So we know they can't win them all, and it's going to be a rough second half.
Batting second, the designated hitter.
Here's the lineup. It's Eric Mejia. First start of the series. He'll be the DH today. And then it's Soler, Salvador Perez, Hansel Alberto, Hunter Dozier, Andrew Benintendi, Ryan O'Hearn, and Bobby Witt Jr. making his major league debut at short. So first time we've seen Eric Mejia. He's the DH today. Switch hitter, 5'11", 155 pounds. And he takes a strike, 0-1 from Cole Hamels. So 1 away here in the first, just getting underway from Kauffman Stadium. Much more beautiful weather today. 0-2. 0-2 to the DH, and fouls it away on the right side, and we'll do it again. Well, thank you guys for joining us. Game 3 of this 3-game series. Just getting underway, so sit back, watch one more with us. Ground ball, or popped fly. That is going to get through for a base hit. So that'll be a hit for Mejia. Speedy switch hitter is on first. I don't say speedy designated hitters often, but he is a speedy designated hitter today. So, with 1 on and 1 out, here is Jorge Soler, the All-Star. 310, 22 home runs, 66 RBIs. They have kept him quiet, though, in this series. They've had his number. Always got to be weary of his stats, though. 6'4", 235-pounder. Really good power hitter, but finding some really good average this year as well. He's got most of the tools. Runner's going. Here's the play from Castillo over there at second. He's not going to get him, so Mejia's going to get a stolen base. Second one for him. And now runner on second with 1 out. Now in scoring position for Jorge Soler. 1-2 count. And pitch from Cole Hamels, and gets him swinging on the outside corner. And now 2 outs. First strikeout for Hamels on the day.
Batting fourth.
They'll leave it up to Salvador Perez with 2 away. For Perez, 235 hitter on the year. And pitches a strike, but the throw down to third. Mejia steals another bag. They weren't expecting that. So they're testing Wellington Castillo early. And another stolen base, and now a base hit can bring him in. 0-1. 0-2 to Salvador Perez. So Mejia trying to get it done all by himself. See if he tries to steal home, too. Swung on and missed. They're going to get Perez. They'll get out of the jam in the first. So Mejia dances his way around the bases, but Cole Hamels takes care of business here in the first. After 1, no score from Kansas City. We'll be right back, guys. Gotta bring the dogs in. All right, we'll carry on. Top of the second. No score here from Kansas City. It's Franmil Reyes to lead things off. 4, 5, and 6 in the order. 314 average, 26 homers, 61 RBIs. He's been quiet in the series, though. The home run derby winner had a 2-run home run in the All-Star game, but has not done anything since then. And he faces Chris Bubic here, the lefty, 0-1. It'll be Castillo and Kemp after him. That's it pretty well out to left. We'll see. Benintendi's there to make the catch. Balls are just dying out there today. Wind's blowing a little bit out, but just not far enough.
That is it. The catcher.
Here's defensively for the Royals: Benintendi, Taylor, and Soler, Dozier, Witt, Alberto, and O'Hearn, and Salvador Perez is the catcher today for Chris Bubic. Here's Wellington Castillo hitting .407 now, back over 400. 9 home runs, 20 RBIs. A good year for him so far. He checks his swing, and he did not go. 1-0. His inside almost hit him again. He's been hit by a pitch in this series. It's been testy. That's probably due in large part to a lot of lefties in their rotation throwing. They've thrown almost entirely lefties from this Royals staff against the Expos, and it's kind of limited them a little bit, so they might have figured something out. Popped up to left field. That's going to be Benintendi as well, and out number 2. So maybe there's something to this. Throw some lefties out against the Expos, and it's been 1-run ball games. Here's Matt Kemp hitting .324, coming off of a 3-walk day and a single. Only had 1 hit on the day, 1 for 1, and 3 walks. Starting his second half off well. Takes the ball 1-0. Now 1-1. If he can reach, we'll see Ryan Braun back in the lineup today. Fastball and misses, 2-1. You guys being a lot more selective than they used to be against this Royal staff. Just trying to break through, I guess. Inside, 3-1 to Kemp. Kind of checked his swing, but he backed out of the way a little bit. So 3-1 here to Kemp, 2 out. That is going to be roped down the left field line for a base hit. That may be 2. It rolls off the corner of the wall. Kemp rounding first. Benintendi throwing it in. But Kemp's going to have himself a 2-out double. For Matt Kemp, his hot hitting will continue.
That is 7.
That is 19 doubles for Matt Kemp. And standing in is Ryan Braun. And for Braun, it's been a slow go. On the road, he's only hitting .203, 7 home runs, 16 RBIs. Overall, .267, 17 home runs, 41 RBIs. So we'll need him to get it going here. The base hit will score a run. Runner in scoring position is Kemp. They'll need to get it going early and not let their pitchers get into a groove as they have the first 2 games. Chris Bubic trying to get his second win of the year. 1-11. Ball in the dirt. And it's 1-1. And gets the call on the outside corner. I don't know about that. 1-2. Braun can't believe it. Talking to the ump a little bit. So 1-2 instead. That's going to be a ground ball play for Hansel Alberto. They're going to leave Kemp stranded, and that's going to end the inning. So good inning of work for Bubic. We go to the bottom of the second, and still no score from Kansas City. So it'll be Hansel Alberto bumped up the order a little bit, 5, 6, and 7 to begin. We'll go up against Cole Hamels. First pitch from Hamels here in the second is a strike, 0-1. Hamels, it took him 13 pitches to get through the first inning. He did get a hit off of him. Ground ball here for Solano. Taking himself, fire it over to Rodriguez, playing over at first base today instead of Collins. A much smaller target than Collins, but no problem there. There's defensively for you. Braun, Rosarena, and Reyes. Canna, Hernandez, Solano, and Sean Rodriguez gets to start at first base today. And Wellington Castillo, the catcher. For Canna, he could have played over at first base, but they like him so much over at third base, they're going to leave him alone now. He's going to be the everyday third baseman. Here's Hunter Dozier, 272 hitter, 7 home runs, 33 RBIs. Hitting 6 today. So moving the lineup around a little bit, you got the debut of Bobby Witt Jr. He's looming in that lineup. He's hitting 9th, so we'll see him at least in the 3rd inning. Ground ball play, that's going to be Canna. Charges and fires it over. Good play by Canna to stay with it for the 2nd out. I think the Expos have found their 3rd baseman, and he's going to be there for quite a while. Here's Benintendi, now bumped down to 7th in the order. Hitting 245. 6 homers, 35 RBIs. And Cole Hamels will throw him a foul ball. 0-1. So 2 outs here in the 2nd. Still looking for our first run of the game. They're shared a pair of hits. 0-1-0 for Montreal. They've left 1 on base. 0-1-0 for Kansas City. They've left 1 on base. Nobody on. 2 outs. 0-2 count. Swung. Oh no, fouled. Got a piece of it. Keeps it 0-2. Hamels' 21st pitch misses inside 1-2. On deck, you've got Ryan O'Hearn, and then you've got Bobby Witt Jr. 1-2. Popped up to 3rd, and that's going to be Canna in foul territory. He makes the catch. Working pretty hard over there at 3rd, but Cole Hamels and the Expos get out of the 2nd. So after 2, still no score from Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City. We'll see Sean Rodriguez make his first at-bat since the 2nd half. First at-bat of the series for him. Hitting .305, 8 home runs, 20 RBIs. The plug-and-play utility man has been getting it done offensively. He'll face Chris Bubic here, the lefty. And first pitch to him is going to be a base hit out to right field in front of Soler to lead things off here in the 3rd. So Sean Rodriguez, as usual, getting to the lefty hitters. And that'll bring up Cesar Hernandez, the switch hitter. And he'll hit from the right side again. So Hernandez hitting an even 300, 13 home runs, 42 RBIs as they try to get their first run here. He takes a strike, 0-1. 2021 AL All-Star. Switch hitter, 5'10", 195 pounds. He's been really good since joining him from the Indians. He came along with Franmil Reyes and Nick Whitgren and Oliver Perez, all traded from the Indians to the Expos, and they have really bonded together in this Expo ball club. Winning does that pretty well, actually. Winning will help you gel really easily. 0-2 to Hernandez. Reminds me of the Las Vegas hockey team the first year they came along as a expansion team. A bunch of no-name guys that worked together to be really good. Of course, we acquired a bunch of guys since then, but still a bunch of no-name guys coming together to work really well. Some you do know pretty well. 2-2. On deck will be Randy Rosarena. Will be back to the top of the order. But nobody on, or 1 on, nobody out. That's Rodriguez over there at first. Inside, and it works him full. 3-2. Guys are being really patient here in the 2nd half. Playing a different kind of ball. 3-2. See what Bubic does here. That's in the zone. That's hit to right center. That's going to be Soler. He makes the catch out and right. And Rodriguez will scamper back. 1 away here in the 3rd, and he'll be back to the top of the order in a Rosarena. So here's a Rosarena 0 for 1 with a ground out back in the 1st. Goes back to the pitcher. He shattered the bat. Just for a better opportunity here, we're going to avoid the double play as well. First pitch up high, way up high. 1-0. Rosarena's grounded into 10 double plays this year. You gotta be wary of that. On deck is Donovan Solano. There's that double play possibility. 6-3. They're going to avoid turning a double play. It was a little too far out in front for Bobby Witt to turn it back to second. They're going to get a force play over at first base, but that's going to advance Rodriguez over to second base. So within striking distance, here's Donovan Solano, and a single could score Rodriguez, possibly. He had a strikeout back in the first. Let's see if a base hit can get the job done here. That's going to be hit to right, and that's going to be caught by O'Hearn in foul territory on the first pitch to Solano. He is out, and that ends the third for the Expos. We're going to the bottom of the third. No score. We'll see O'Hearn lead things off, the first baseman. He made the catch to end the inning. And then we'll see the debut of Bobby Witt Jr. He's on deck. For O'Hearn, the lefty matchup with Cole Hamels, 190 hitter on the year. Hamels back to work after throwing 22 pitches in the first two. And first pitch here is a strike, 0-1. We'll see the debut of Bobby Witt Jr. He's on deck. A prize prospect for the Royals organization. Seen a lot of him lately. Gets the called strike 3 on Ryan O'Hearn. So one down here in the third. Third strikeout for Hamels. And here is the debut of Bobby Witt Jr.
Bobby Witt Jr.
So here he is, Bobby Witt Jr. Major league debut today at shortstop. Been waiting for this moment for quite a while. Took him a little bit longer than he wanted. Had some injuries he was dealing with. But he takes a ball here, 1-0, and he'd like to get his career off with a bang. Against Cole Hamels, one of the best pitchers in baseball over the last, 10 years or so. 1-1. Fouled away down the left side. It'll be 1-2. Hamels, he don't care. He just wants to get him out. And gets a called strike 3 on Bobby Witt, so his first hit will have to wait. He's going to go sit down. For Cole Hamels, fourth strikeout and 2 away here in the third. We'll be back to the top of the order. It's Michael A. Taylor. So first time around for the Royals, they've only mustered 1 hit. Can't say much more for the Expos. They've only have 2 hits. Michael A. Taylor takes a ball, 1-0. He's 0 for 1 with a flyout. After him, it'll be Mejia that got on and stole 2 bases. The Royals trying something different to try to muster a win today, and they've got a base hit out splitting the gap in right center. That's going to roll to the wall, and Taylor's got some wheels. He's going to stop at second. It's going to be a stand-up double with 2 away, and that'll bring up Mejia. So that's their second hit. Starting to get to Cole Hamels maybe the second time around. For Mejia, he singled back in the first. And he will try to drive in Taylor here. 0-1. The Royals want to avoid this sweep big time. They're going to pull all the stops today. Changed up the lineup completely. They've called up Bobby Witt Jr. They want to win this ball game. Ground ball for Hernandez. He's got to hurry. Fires it over to first and not in time. So Mejia's going to beat it out. It's going to be first and third with 2 away. Hernandez had to go a long way up the middle to get to that one. Saves a run, but could not get the out at first. And now it is Jorge Soler standing in with 2 on and 2 out. Facing Cole Hamels here, takes a ball, 1-0. Be really careful with Soler. He struck out back in the first. There's 1 hit in this series, 1 for 8. Swung on and missed on the cutter, 1-1. Trying to get out of the jam right now. Cole Hamels, 1-2. He's got to get a big out here. 1-2 to Soler. Fouled away. We'll do it again. He was an out away from getting out of the jam, and now 2 consecutive hits. 1-2 popped up in foul territory. Castillo's not going to get to it. And we'll do it again. The 41st pitch now. That's a ground ball. Going to go to first. And in time. So they leave 2 stranded. The Expos get out of the jam. And after 3, still no score from Kansas City. All right, heart of the order for the Expos is going to be Mark Canha to lead things off. 0 for 1 with a pop-out back in the first. Facing Chris Bubic, it took him 35 pitches to get through the first 3. The lefty will deal with Canha here. It's the heart of the order. It'll be Reyes and Castillo after. Fouled away on the first pitch, 0-1. For Canha, he needs to get it going. Rough series. Checks his swing, and he went 0-2. Ball in the dirt, 1-2. It's not the typical Expos we're used to. Normally they get their runs in bunches to start, but so far, it's a pitching duel. Battle of lefties. Lays off, good take, 2-2. Trying to work pitchers out of the ballgame. They'd love to get to that bullpen again, but they've been successful. 2-2 fouled away, we'll do it again. Canha sitting on those 37 home runs. They have been tops in the American League, tops in baseball. Ball misses, 3-2. On deck will be Franmil Reyes. Well, worked him full. We'll see if he gets a good pitch here. 3-2 fouls it away just to stay alive on that changeup. And he'll keep on going. Fouled away again just to stay alive. Kind of having a tough go with these lefties. Here we go again, full 3-2. Inside, jams him a bit, but he fouls it off, staying alive. Like for him to get on here, maybe draw a walk. Swings and misses of a ball in the dirt. That would have been ball 4. Instead, it's going to be a strikeout and a 2-3 putout. Canha is retired after fouling off a few. So 1 away here in the 4th. That'll bring up Franmil. And it's been a line out to left so far for him. 0 for 1, and his woes will continue also. Fouled away to begin, 0-1. On deck is Wellington Castillo. I wonder if that home run derby really played with these guys a bit. Franmil did have a home run in the All-Star game, but he has been kept hitless for quite some time here in this series. Ball misses, 2-1. 49th pitch for Chris Bubic here with 1 out in the 4th. And that misses, 3-1. We'd like to get some base runners here. A good opportunity, 3-1. We'll see what he gets with here. That's going to get through for a base hit on the right side, so good swinging. 3-1. It'll get him on base nonetheless. Well, maybe a chance to break through right now. Franmil among the league leaders in hits. He's trailing by 4 on David Fletcher of the Angels. So here's Wellington, and it's a pop out to left for him on the day, 0 for 1. He can strike at any given time. First pitch here is a fastball down low, 0-1. Still hitting over 400. Monster year by the backup catcher. Nobody thought that would happen. He was just there to kind of give Gary Sanchez some time off. All of a sudden, he's worked his way into the lineup as a DH and a catcher half the time. He's learned how to play another position. 0-2. In the dirt, he scoops it out, but it's going to be hit over to Benintendi for the second out. Way to get contact on that. But Cranmere will have to go back to first. 2 outs here in the 4th. It'll be up to Matt Kemp. For Kemp, he's 1 for 1 with a double back in the 2nd, keeping his hot hitting going. So we'll see. Maybe he could use a base hit here. He hits lefties really well, and that's why he's had a lot of success in this series. I mean, it's been all year, but he really hits lefties really well. 1-0. Swung and a miss, 1-1. On deck will be Ryan Braun. Kemp has a home run in this series. That was in game 1 as well. Ground ball over towards first. It's going to be the pitcher to take it himself, and he fires it over in time to get Kemp and the Expos. So, a couple base hits, but nothing to show for it. 3 hits aside for both teams. No runs on either side. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Nothing. Cole Hamels will face 4, 5, and 6 in the Royal order. It's Salvador Perez to lead it off. For Perez, 0 for 1. Another pitching duel in game 3 of this series. 1-0. Much more tighter baseball than we're used to. 1-1. Fouled away. One-two here to Perez. Swung on and missed. They're going to get him. And 1 away here in the 4th. 5th strikeout for Cole Hamels. It'll be Hanser Alberto here, 0 for 1 with a ground out back in the 2nd.
Alberto.
He takes the first one, but it's called a strike, 0-1. That is going to be fair down the left side, and it's going to bounce off that wall there. We'll see. He's going to try for second. He's going to be in there with a double. It's a double for Hanser Alberto with 1 out here as they try to break through and get that first run. And here's Hunter Dozier. 1 on, 1 out. Hunter Dozier. And that's going to be a base hit. They're going to try to send the runner. Cranmere going to throw it home. We'll see. The throw home is offline. The Royals take the lead 1-0 on the RBI single for Hunter Dozier. They break through. They get the Cole Hamels first and score here with back-to-back hits. Now it'll be Andrew Benintendi, lefty-lefty matchup with Cole Hamels. Dozier to runner on first, pretty good speed, and takes a strike, 0-1. For Benintendi, he popped out back in the 2nd. The Royals here breaking through 1-0 on back-to-back hits. Swung on and missed, 0-2. Cole Hamels, he needs some run support here. 0-2. Swung on and missed. They'll get Benintendi, and now 2 away. 6 strikeout for Hamels. They're trying to leave that runner stranded. Here is Ryan O'Hearn. Another lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch to O'Hearn. Hit pretty well out to right, but that's going to hook just foul. Just missed a home run there. 0-1. Swung on and missed. Now 0-2. Now a strike away from just limiting the damage to a run. Fouled away. It's been a battle of pitchers this entire series. Knew it was going to be tough playing an all-star. 1-2. It's taking away our power. 2-2. Here's the 2-2 to O'Hearn. Fouls it away to stay alive. On deck is Bobby Witt Jr. still looking for his major league first hit. Fouled away again. Now up to 58 pitches is Cole Hamels. Take him 1 more at least. And it's going to be another one. Fouled away. 8 pitches this at bat. Here's number 60 from Cole. Fouled away again. There's a strikeout looking for O'Hearn last time up. This time being more selective. 2-2. takes, and 3-2. Full count, the runner's gonna be on the move now. There goes Dozier, swung on and missed. They're gonna get O'Hearn again, and that'll get him out of the jam. But it's Hunter Dozier that drives in a run on back-to-back singles. And Hunter Dozier with the RBI single gets in a run. It's 1-0. Kansas City breaks through first after 4. So now down by a run, Chris Bubick with the lead. He faces 7, 8, and 9 in the order for the Expos. It's Ryan Braun to lead things off. 0-3-0 for the Expos, 1-5-0 for the Royals as it's fouled off on the first pitch. 0-1. For the Royals, they've left 4 men on base. For the Expos, they've left 3. Coming off a day before where the Expos stranded 14 men on base and still won it 1-0. The Royals leading it here 1-0 right now. And 0-2 to Braun. He stays alive with a foul. 0-2. For Bubick, he's going to throw his 60th pitch here, entering the 5th inning. So he's still got some gas in the tank. Plays off, good take on the changeup, 1-2. On deck is Sean Rodriguez with a base hit, and then Cesar Hernandez. 1-2 fouled to stay alive. Ron just doesn't look comfortable at the plate. We'll see if this second half is any better for him. Plays off, 2-2. And he's still got 17 home runs, 41 RBIs. That's a monster first half for him, but he did not end it well. Fouled away again, hanging tough with Chris Bubick, who got the call today to start instead of Danny Duffy, who we don't know what happened to him. They're changing the rotation around a little bit at the last second. They threw another lefty out there. They've got a ton of lefties out of that rotation and bullpen. And it's working right now, up 1-0. Fouled away again, Braun fighting for his life here to begin the 5th. Trying to work that pitch count up. That is now pitch number 9. Here's number 10 of the AB to begin. Lays off, and 3-2. What a take after fouling off so many. Now here comes pitch number 11. 3-2 full count. Lays off and a walk. What a way to work a walk from Ryan Braun on 12 pitches to begin the 5th inning. So he's not getting the hitting done. He's still working that pitcher. He's on first to begin the 5th. Maybe a breakthrough here. Here's Sean Rodriguez, 1-for-1 with a single back in the 3rd. So 1 on, nobody out. Rodriguez really good against lefty pitching, and here we go. Fouled away on the first one, 0-1. Plug-and-play utility man getting the start at first base today. Zach Collins. Lays off 1-1. Now there's a pair of righties in the Royal bullpen, Scott Barlow and Jesse Hahn. We've seen both of them in the series. On deck is Cesar Hernandez, the switch hitter. Inside with a curveball, swung on and missed, 1-2. Braun, the runner over at first, does not run well, so it'll take a good hard hit to get him around. Swung on and missed. They're going to get Rodriguez this time, though. He goes down swinging. Bubick has his 3rd strikeout of the day. So it's going to be Cesar Hernandez, 1 on, 1 out. And for him, it's an 0-for-1 day. He flew out to right field. It's been a rough series for him. But he's going to get one dunked out to center field, left center for a base hit. And that'll be nice for him. Gets his first hit of the day. And now 1st and 2nd, they turn the lineup back over to Randy Arozarena, and now maybe a chance to strike with a runner in scoring position. Just dunked it out to left center, did Hernandez. That's all it takes sometimes. For Arozarena, it's been 2 groundouts, who will want to avoid the double play here as he faces Bubick for a 3rd time and takes the ball 1-0. So a chance to strike here. We're on the runner on second. Hernandez over at first, better speed. Checks his swing, he didn't go. 2-0. Reina's grounded into 10 double plays this year. Cody might get something good to hit here as Bubic may be nearing his end. Trying to get to him here in the 5th. 1-0 Kansas City, but struggling to get through the 5th here. 2-1, gets a called strike on a Rosarena. On deck is Donovan Solano. They'll want to extend the inning. 2-1, lays off, good take. 3-1. Solano's the guy you want if you want a base hit. Rosarena can drive them all in right here. 3-1, we'll see what they go to here. Fastball hit well out to left. That may go foul, and it does. That would have been a 3-run home run. And that stayed straight, but hooking foul, and he'll have to do it again now. 3-2. 3-2, he fouls it away again. He's getting a good rip on that fastball. 22 pitches already in this inning, still 1 away. But he's a double play of getting out of it. Looking for their first run of the Expos. Here's the 3-2. Fouled away again by Rosarena. Leaving it up high now. You want to keep it low if you want a double play. Not sure what they're doing here. Takes, and it's ball 4, and now the bases are loaded with 1 out. And here is Donovan Solano coming to the plate. So a great take by Rosarena, and that's going to do it. Manager Mike Matheny is going to come get Chris Bubic. So for the time being, he's in line for the win, but he's responsible for all 3 men on base. First pitch swung on and missed on a curveball, 0-1. And we're offline for some reason. There we go, we're back. I apologize that we were offline. I didn't even notice it. I gotta start paying more attention to it. Waiting for the feed to come back until we go back on it. It's kind of important here. All right, I think we're good. I apologize for the break in the action. I didn't see that we were offline. Of course. I think we're good now. Bases are loaded for Donovan Solano. 1 away, top of the 5th. They're threatening to score here. It's Josh Staumont out of that bullpen. He throws gas, 102. 0-1 with 1 away. Curveball in the dirt. Nobody moving. Doesn't get away far enough. Not throwing that fastball yet. It's been all curveballs. 2-1. He's got nowhere to put him either. The guy will want to be, Solano will want to be selective here. He can draw a walk if possible. And gets the called strike there on the 2-seamer at 97. 2-2. On deck is Mark Canha. Lays off and it's full. 3-2. Boy, what happens here? Something's got to give. 3-2 to Solano. Nowhere to put him. 1-0 ball game. Here it is. And ball 4. They're going to walk in a run, and it's tied 1-1. Boy, the Expos are trying to find any way possible to scratch a run, and they do. They finally break through here in the 5th. And now Mark Canha comes to the plate. What a couple of ABs by Ryan Braun, Donovan Solano, who draw walks. And now Mark Canha, 0 for 2 on the day, 2 for 9 in the series, has a chance to break this open. 1-1 your ball game. Bases still loaded, 1 out. Facing Josh Staumont, power versus power. First pitch is outside, ball 1. They might want to just be selective with Staumont here. He has not found it yet. Not found that control. 1-0 is in there, 1-1. Canha pop out and a strikeout on the day, but all you need is a walk to score a run here. Curveball, and it's popped up, and he's going to slam the bat down in disgust. The infield fly rule is in play. That's the 2nd out. Can't believe it. He stranded a really good possibility there. Jammed him, and he slams the bat down in disgust. It's been a rough series for him. So it's going to be up to Franmil if they want to take the lead here. 1 for 2 day. He singled back in the 4th. And first pitch to him way up high and inside. 102. You don't want to hit somebody right there. And 0-1. Stamon not finding that control just yet. 1-1. He gets the call on the fastball down low. For Franmil, he's hitting .319 with runners in scoring position. He would love to unload him here. 1-1 your score in the 5th. This is a big moment. Lays off, and it's 2-1. They may just want to walk around a little bit. Still nowhere to put him. Runners are full of Expos. All right, a fastball down the middle, 2-2 to Franmil. Now we'll see if he can get out of it with just the run scored. Fouled away to stay alive. That was in the zone. And 2-2. On deck is Wellington Castillo, but it's Reyes versus Stamon right now. Fastball up high, and it's full. 3-2. The runners can go on this pitch. Something's got to give here. 3-2, 2 outs. Bases jammed with Expos. See what Reyes does here. Ball 4, and another run will come in on a walk. They are walking their way in, and now the Expos have taken the lead 2-1 on a go-ahead walk by Franmil Reyes. What an at-bat, what an inning against Josh Stamon. They have figured the Expos, or the Royals out. And now it's Wellington Castillo keeping the line going. 0 for 2 with a flyout and a line out. They're still a base hit away from breaking this open. First pitch from Stamon. Curveball's in there for a strike, 0-1. That's the only pitch he's thrown effectively. 4 strikes. That and that 2-seamer a little bit. That 4-seamer's not getting it done. 2-seamer inside and lays off, 1-1. So another one-run ball game now. The Expos have taken the lead here in the 5th. 2-1 your score. Still loaded and thrown away again on the fastball. 2-1. They may just let him keep on going. On deck is Matt Kemp. 3-1. They're in danger of walking another man in. Boy, I wouldn't even swing if I were Castillo. I'd let it go full again. 3-1. Takes, and it's ball 4. Another run will come in to score. That is 3 consecutive walks. They are doing it the hard way. Castillo will take first. Bases still remain loaded, and now it's 3-1 on 3 consecutive walks, scoring runs. Now here's Matt Kemp with a double and a ground out. And for him, watching my cat over there. Hang on 1 second. All right, sorry about that. Take care of the cat. So 1-0 to Matt Kemp here. Stamon is completely lost. He can't find the zone. Down the middle, finally, for a strike. 1-1. Fans going nuts. So 1-1 to Kemp. Just gonna let this carousel keep on going. Popped up to center field. They finally make some contact. That's gonna be out to Isbell in center field. He makes the catch and they're finally out of the 5th, but 3 runs come in to score on walks. Staubmont was clueless. How he got out of the inning, I have no idea. 3-1 your scores. We go to the bottom of the 5th. So a completely different ball game now. Cole Hamels now working with a lead, faces Bobby Witt Jr. here to begin. It's 9-1-2. For Witt, he's looking for his first major league hit still. He's 0 for 1. What a change of a ball game we have seen here. Popped up to left field. Braun didn't see it right away. That's going to fall. That's going to be a first major league hit for Bobby Witt Jr. It might be a triple. And for Braun, he's just corralling it in there, going home with Witt. He comes in to score. What happened out there? Bobby Witt Jr. has an inside the park home run for his first major league hit. Braun just nonchalantly threw the ball back in, not thinking he would take home. He just kept on trucking. And he has an inside the park home run off the miscue by Braun out in left field. It is now 3-2. That is his first major league hit. Every time someone gets a first major league hit off the Expos, it goes to Burnham. Unbelievable. Bobby Witt Jr. in his speed scores on a miscue by Ryan Braun in left field. Boy, Ryan Braun is in danger of getting benched here soon. 1-1 to Michael Taylor. Now a 3-2 score. Those 3 runs even more important now by the Expos. I cannot believe what I just saw from Bobby Witt Jr. leading off the 5th with an inside the park home run. Unbelievable. Called strike 3 on Taylor. He'll go down. 8th strikeout for Hamels. Boy, what happened with Ryan Braun out there? Here's Eric Mejia. 2 singles for him on the day. First time we've seen him in the series, and boy, he has paid dividends. Royals trying to come back now. They're still down by a run. It's another 1-run ball game. 3-2 your score. And inside the park home run from Bobby Witt Jr. in his debut. His first major league hit, and it's a home run. He's been waiting a long time for that moment. Hamels, foul ball. It'll be 0-2. Try to get Mejia for the first time here. Swung on and missed. They'll get him swinging. 2 away here in the 5th. Hamels, he'd like to finish off the 5th inning, but now he has to face Jorge Soler. And for Soler, he's 0-2. Swung on and missed, 0-1. I still cannot believe what I saw from Ryan Braun out there. I don't know what happened there. He lost it in the sun. He got away, rolled to the wall. And he nonchalantly threw the ball in, and Witt just kept on going. To me, that's a fine. That's just me. 0-2, fouled away by Soler. No, Ryan Braun has just not seemed like himself lately. 0-2, lays off the Soler. 1-2. The Expos take the lead in the 5th, but now in danger. Down or up by a run. 3-2 your ball game right now. Hamels trying to finish off 5 strong innings. Trying to get Soler here. And a little bit of problems with him. 80th pitch coming from Hamels right now. And finally gets the swinging strike to end the 5th. So it's Bobby Witt Jr.'s first major league hit. It's an inside the park home run on the miscue by Ryan Braun. And that gets him a run on the board. It's now 3-2 after 5. It's Ryan Braun here to lead things off, and he needs to get a run back. after that miscue. We are dumbfounded. Cannot believe what we just saw from him. Austin Adams going to be in the bullpen. He's going to have duties in the bottom of the 6th. Braun faces Josh Stallman, who had a terrible inning. He throws a 102-mile-an-hour fastball here. 0-1 to Ryan Braun. It'll be Rodriguez and then Hernandez after him, bottom of the order. Popped up on the curveball. It took him 24 pitches to get through the 5th inning in relief. Takes him 2 pitches to get through the first out in the 6th.
The first baseman, number 1.
Here's Sean Rodriguez, 1 for 2 with a single back in the 3rd. 3-2 your score. Another close one here in Kansas City, but the Expos trying to pull off the sweep. Cannot believe the series we have seen out here. It's been a lot of close baseball. 2-0. A lot of walks. A ton of walks. Stallman gets the strike there. Two-one. Fastball misses. Now 3-1. He is not finding the zone at all. If guys just lay off, we're just going to keep on walking. 3-1. Fastball in the zone. Finally, 3-2. Swung on and missed. See if we can come all the way back. 3-2. It's a called strike 3 in the outside corner. I don't know about that one. Umpire had to make a decision at 102 miles an hour very quickly, and he rings him out. So Rodriguez will go down again. And here's Cesar Hernandez, 1 for 2. Now 2 outs here in the 6th. He's going to hit it right back up the middle on the first pitch, so keeps the inning alive, turns the lineup over for Rosarena. Hernandez kind of began that rally with a base hit, and Rosarena walked in the 5th. That started a major inning. Here's a Rosarena now. Swings and misses at the first pitch, 0-1. He's 0 for 2 on the day, but that walk kind of turned things around a little bit. Trying to get to that Royals bullpen. 0-2. Swung and missed by Rosarena. On deck is Solano. 0-2 lays off. Hernandez, your runner on first. Pretty good speed over there if they can extend the inning. Ground ball is going to be tough to beat it out. Dozier's going to throw over to first, and in time he gets a Rosarena and the Expos here in the 6th. So a base hit, and that's it. 3-2 your ball game as we go to the bottom of the 6th. Some close baseball here. The excuse me. The Expos going to the bullpen. They're going to call on Austin Adams out of that bullpen here in the 6th. First appearance we've seen for him in the series. 7 games of work, no ERA in 9 innings. 17 strikeouts. He has been really good since joining the club. He was sitting in AAA for the Padres. First pitch to Salvador Perez is the ball, 1-0. Really good strikeout rate. Salvador Perez has struck out twice and takes a strike here, 1-1. We'll see 4, 5, and 6 in the order. We'll see Alberto and Dozier fouled away, 1-2. So the Expos trying to cling to 1 run yet again. 3-2 your ball game. No word on if Ozuna is available to close again in the 9th should it come to that point. Another strikeout here on Salvador Perez. He's struck out 3 times in the game and 1 away here in the 6th. So the Expos 24 games above the Yankees in first place, 76 and 16, 60 games above 500. Here's Ansel Alberto, 1 for 2 with a double and a run scored. In the bullpen for the Expos is the lefty, Sam Freeman. Adams, 0-2 on the swinging strike on Alberto. Trying to get another punch out here. For Alberto, it's been a ground out and a double back in the 4th. Ground ball Back to Austin Adams. He'll throw it over to first in time. And 2 away here in the 6th. The bullpen, so far so good.
Third baseman.
Here's Hunter Dozier, 1 for 2.
Dozier.
Popped up to right field. That's going to fall in front of Franmil for a base hit. Another hit for Dozier. The inning will continue. And here's Andrew Benintendi. So now with lefties lurking, they're going to go to the bullpen. They're going to call on Sam Freeman. They're going to unload the bullpen today if they have to. They need to hold on to this run. So Freeman comes in. 1.40 ERA. We saw him in game 1. And he will face Benintendi. Lefty-lefty matchup here. For Benintendi, it's been an 0 for 2 day, a flyout and a strikeout. 0-1. Try to finish off the 6th here. He's got a lefty behind him in O'Hearn. And then Witt. Try to end it here. 0-2. Misses inside 1 and 2. All the way to stay alive is Benintendi. 1 and 2. All the way again. Hanging tough. Freeman wants the strikeout. Popped up to shortstop. Cesar Hernandez got to go a long way to get it. He does. And that'll end the 6th. A good finish from Austin Adams and Sam Freeman out of that bullpen. And through 6, 3-2 your score. The Royals will go to the bullpen as well. They're going to Scott Barlow. 5.51 ERA, 2-3 record for him. He has given up a lot of hits versus righties, and you'll see a few here coming up. Solano, Canna, and Reyes to begin the 7th. For Solano, it's an 0 for 2 day with a walk and an RBI. That was the walk with the bases loaded. Okay, so Solano will face Scott Barlow here. And last time they faced each other, he was hit by a pitch. It was one of 2 pitches he was hit by. And 1 endo. Mark Canna looming on deck. Always a threat, even if he doesn't hit. Swung on and missed up high, 1 and 1. The 7th inning, up by a run. Is that going to be enough? 3-5-0 for the Expos, 2-7-0 for the Royals. They've knocked Cole Hamels out of this ball game. 1 and 2. Tense moments again in Game 3 of the series. They want a sweep. 1-2 lays off. Good take on the slider. 2 and 2. Good part of the order here if you want to get a run. Ground ball, that'll be over to first. That's O'Hearn. He'll take it himself. And first out of the 2nd, they get Solano. So Barlow will face Canna. And for Canna, it's been an 0 for 3 day. 2 pop-outs and a strikeout. We want to change that. That is hit out to left field. That's going to fall for a base hit. So Mark Canna's got a 1-out base hit. He'll be on. 1 on, 1 out here is Franmil Reyes. And you think maybe they can get to Barlow here. For Reyes, a single in the 4th and a walk in the 5th. 1 for 2 day. Slider and 0-1. Reyes was thinking fastball, I think. They want a double play if they want to get out of it. So top of the 7th, nearing our finish. 3-2 Expos as they try to hang on. They want another run. 2-1. Good take. On deck is Wellington Castillo. Reyes might get a pitch to slam here. Good hitters count. Up high. Here's a fastball. That's what he wanted. But nothing he can hit. So now 3-1 to Franmil. We'll see what they go to here. Canada, the runner on first, pretty good speed over there. 3-1, swung on and missed. Couldn't catch up to that fastball. 3-2, they run it full. And Franmil will be patient here. Fastball up high, checks his swing, it's ball 4. I'm gonna say he didn't go. And Reyes takes a walk. Now first and second with one away, and here's Wellington Castillo. So a lot of walks in this ball game. Here's Wellington Castillo with a walk and an RBI. He walked while the bases were loaded. Otherwise, a pop out and a line out on the day. So let's see if they can get to Barlow here. Runner in scoring position is Canna. First pitch swinging and missing. 0-1. Wellington is .316 with runners in scoring position. Up by a run, they want more. Here in the 7th, getting to their Royal bullpen. Slider misses up high, 1-1. Pitchers out of the bullpen, they're trying to be too cute. Just go after guys. A lot of walks. Swung on and missed on the slider down low, and it's 1-2. On deck is Matt Kemp. Avoid the double play, though. Lays off, good take on the slider, 2-2. He's not finding it. Is either Barlow nor Stamont. They knew if they got to the bullpen, they would have a chance. Popped up. That's over to third base. And that's going to be Dozier there in foul territory. Makes the catch. And 2 away here in the 7th. And out a way of getting out of it. That'll bring Matt Kemp up. For Kemp, it's a 1-for-3 day with a double, a ground out, and a fly out. He's got a chance to drive one here. He's got to stay patient with it. 1-0 curveball. Top of the 7th, 3-2 your score. Expos threatening again on these Royals. They will go for the sweep. Swung on and missed. And 1-1. I need this game to end pretty soon. I gotta go watch the Dodgers play the Braves. That starts at 4 o'clock. Got about a half hour before that. 1-1. Swung on and missed. 1-2. Barlow a strike away from getting out of it. Kemp would like to keep it going. 21st pitch from Barlow. Lays off, and it's 2-2. On deck for the Expos is Ryan Braun, although that may change. Let's see what they decide to do. Inside and full now, 3-2. The runners will take off. So Braun from second, Reyes from first. Here's the 3-2 from Barlow to Kemp. And checking the runner, here it is. And foul, will do it again. Runners will get their running in. Like a base hit here. Runners go, fouled away again. Kemp staying tough. We'll do it one more time. Runner's gonna run out of breath soon. 3-2. Fouled away again. Oh my goodness. Kemp in a battle with Scott Barlow right now. Canna's like, you gotta be kidding me, dude. Reyes doesn't normally run well at all. He might not even run this time. 3-2. And popped up. That's gonna be to Bobby Witt Jr. over at shortstop. He will make the catch. Barlow's gonna get out of the jam. It's time to stretch. And they don't get anything. They leave 2 stranded. It's 3-2 ball game. The Expos still out in front, but the Royals will try to come back. We'll take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
Leading up for the Royals, the first baseman, number 66.
right, we're back to you live on Twitch. RJ DJ back with you from Kauffman Stadium. It's the Expos 3, the Royals 2, and another close matchup. A one-run ball game yet again. Bottom of the 7th we go. Sam Freeman is going to stay out there to face Ryan O'Hearn, the lefty. And they have two guys warming, so they may just be in for one at bat. Bobby Witt Jr. is on deck. He will hit after O'Hearn. First pitch to O'Hearn is fouled, 0-1. For Bobby Witt on deck, hit an inside the park home run for his first major league hit. A nice moment for him, but a miscue for Ryan Braun. And popped up by Hearn over to his counterpart at first base in foul territory. Rodriguez will make the catch. So one away here in the 7th. So far the bullpen is held up
Shortstop.
in relief of Cole Hamels. Here is Bobby Witt Jr. 1 for 2 with a solo home run. That was out to left, and that miscue by Ryan Braun. He just could not find it in the sun. He's going to face Tyler Rogers now out of that bullpen as they try to hold on. They've only got a run to work with. 3-2 year ball game. One out here in the 7th. Witt will face Rogers. The Submariner fires in the first pitch, a fastball in there for a strike, 0-1. So although a close game again, the Expos going for a sweep of the Royals, but it wasn't easy. Road trips are never easy. Swung on a miss, and 0-2. Knew it would take a lot. 0-2 lays off 1 and 2. It's never easy to go into somebody's home ballpark. Curveball, and it gets Witt here. He goes down. So second strikeout of Witt on the day, and it turns the lineup back over to Michael A. Taylor. For Taylor, it was a double in the 3rd. 1 for 3 day for him. He's got to do it with nobody on and 2 outs. Ground ball on the first pitch. That's going to be back to Rogers. He's got to throw it over to first, and he does. That'll end the 7th. Great inning of relief for Rogers and Freeman. After 7, 3-2 year ball game. So another man out of that bullpen for the Royals. It's Jesse Hahn. 1-3 record, 4.60 ERA as he tries to keep it within a run. They have Tim Hill in the bullpen, although we'll see if they use him or not. It remains to be seen. Let's see what they decide to do. So they are going to pinch hit for Ryan Braun. They're going to have Jorge Bonifacio come in.
Your attention, please.
And probably rightfully so. He's not been himself lately. I want to make sure that Ryan Braun is okay. He has had a rough go lately. Jorge Bonifacio will take over, and he'll lead things off here as he tries to get on against Jesse Hahn. And swinging and missing, 0-1. Fouled away, and 0-2. After Bonifacio, it'll be Rodriguez and Hernandez. 0-2 lays off. Good take on that changeup. 1-2. So nearing our finish, a one-run ball game. It might have to be enough to hold on. Fouled away. That'd be 3 consecutive one-run ball games. Expos trying to hold on again. The offense has kind of failed him a bit. That's out to right. That's going to go just foul. Taking away a double. 1-2. On fires. Down the middle, but fouled. 1-2. Bonifacio, first time we've seen him in the series. Takes the ball 2-2. Love to get him on base. Got some speedy wheels over there. Formerly a member of the Detroit Tigers. Takes the ball 3-2. On deck is Sean Rodriguez. Well, they may make a move for Zach Collins, possibly. We'll see what happens here. 3-2. And popped up, but in foul territory. We'll do it again. 2-2 again. On gets him this time, swinging and missing. And one away here in the 8th. We're going to leave Sean Rodriguez in. 1 for 3 day for him with a single back in the 3rd. He'll face Jesse Hahn. One away here in the 8th. Ground ball on the first pitch. That's to O'Hearn. He'll take it himself for the 2nd out. So quickly, now 2 away. That'll bring up the bottom of the order. Cesar Hernandez, a 2 for 3 day for him with 2 singles. Now we'll hit from the left side. That's his power side. On and out away from sending it to the bottom of the 8th with just 1 run down. 3-2 your ball game. All the runs were scored in the 5th by the Expos. That's 3 runs all on the bases loaded walks. 3 consecutive walks with the bases loaded. Talk about manufacturing runs. Fouled away, and it's 1-2 to Hernandez. On deck is a Rosarena. It'll be top of the order. 1-2 right now to Hernandez, and takes inside. 2-2. So will it end 3-2? We will see how this one plays out. Expos need a run desperately. They're asking a lot of their bullpen to hang on. They have a good one. But man, something's got to give. And 3-2, they'll work Hernandez full. They're trying to keep it alive. 3-2, fouled away. We'll do it again. Good job by Hernandez here. 8-pitch at bat coming. Lays off, but it's called strike 3 on the outside corner, and that ends the inning. Worked him a bit, but Hahn gets out of it. Bottom of the 8th we go. The Royals will try to get a run. 3-2 your ball game. Jorge Bonifacio will take over in left field for Ryan Braun, thankfully. Here's Eric Mejia, 2 for 3. And we'll see who he's going to face in the lineup. He's going to let Rogers go.
The designated hitter, Eric.
So Rogers will face Mejia here to begin. Been 2 singles, but then a strikeout for Mejia. Popped up to right field. That's going to be Jorge Bonifacio. He'll make the catch. Route number 1. Now some decision making to do with Jorge Soler coming up to bat. He is much better against righties than he is lefties. And I think they will decide to go to the bullpen. We're going to have Tim Hill face him. So an interesting move here. Tim Hill will come on into the ball game. They're going to take care of all the stops here. 5-0 record for Tim Hill. 1.80 ERA. Soler does worse against lefties than he does righties. Reverse splits. So you'll see the lefty, Tim Hill, the submariner, from one side of the submarine to the other. 1, fouled away, 0-2. See if the move pays off here. One away in the 8th. Ground ball. Rodriguez got to wait for Hill to cover, and he does. Over there at first. Now 2 away. And here's Salvador Perez, 0 for 3 with a strikeout back in the 6th. It's been 3 consecutive strikeouts. Looking for the golden sombrero on Perez here. First pitch. Outside, 1-0. For Perez, he did have a home run. That was in game 1 of the series. Since then, not so much. Swung on and missed, 1-1. It's been a rough day for Perez. Trying to finish off the 8th is Tim Hill. 1-2. He's trying to send it to the 9th, and I guess it'll be Ozuna again. Didn't work hard in either one of those games. So maybe he's available for the 9th again. 2-2 to Salvador Perez. And fouled away to stay alive. Nearing our finish here. Bottom of the 8th. 3-2 your ball game. Fouled away again to stay alive. Salvi trying to get him a run desperately. Anything. 2-2. Slider fouled away again. Hanging with Tim Hill. 10th pitch now. 2-2 doesn't take, and it's full. 3-2. On deck is Hansel Alberto, and he hits lefties really well. You're going to want to get Salvador Perez here. 3-2. Swung on and missed. It's the golden sombrero for Salvador Perez. 4 strikeouts in the game. Tim Hill gets out of the jam, retires the side. And after 8, 3-2 your score. We're going to the 9th. And we'll see what happens here. Top of the 9th is going to be Tyler Zuber coming back out of that bullpen. He had 2 scoreless innings against the Expos in Game 2. He's going to face the top of the order, though. It's a tough one. Roberto Ozuna is warming down in that bullpen. He's going to have 9th inning duties against Alberto, Dozier, and Benintendi. Right now, here is Arozarena. It's been a 3 ground out day, but a walk also for Arozarena. He takes a strike, 0-1. It's been a rough go for him. Take the ball, 1-1. The scouting reports are out on the Expos here in the second half. They've got them figured out pretty well. This is hit pretty well out to left field. That's got a chance to the wall. It's caught by Benintendi. The wind was blowing in and just not enough to get out. A spacious ballpark except for the corners. And Rosa is out with a loud out number 1. Here is Solano. And he is 0 for 3 on the day. A strikeout, a line out, and a walk, and also an unassisted ground out. That's going to be hit out to center. Diving is Taylor, and makes the catch. Michael A. Taylor takes a base hit away from Donovan Solano, and now 2 outs here in the 9th, and it's up to Mark Canha. Canha, he singled back in the 7th. Been a 1 for 4 day for him so far. And he pops up the first pitch right to Michael A. Taylor. He's got it. So, nothing doing for the Expos here in the 9th. They need to hold on to that 1-run lead. They're going to send Ozuna again. Deja vu all over again. Here we go in the bottom of the 9th. 3-2 your score. So another 1-run ball game here in the 9th. It's another save opportunity for Roberto Ozuna. He's done well the first 2 games, but does he have enough energy to get this 3rd one? 30 saves for him. He leads the league now. He will face 5, 6, and 7 in the order for the Royals. It's Hanser Alberto, 1 for 3 on the day. Here we go, the bottom of the 9th. The Royals need a run to tie and 2 to take the win. Ground ball on the first pitch. It's over to Hernandez. Fires it over for the out. 1 away. A big out number 1 there on 1 pitch. There you see it. It's actually a tie now. Ryan Presley got his 30th save on the year, and now 30 apiece between the both of them. Ozuna trying to go for 31. Here's Hunter Dozier having a good day. 2 singles and an RBI. 2 for 3. Trying to be perfect here yet again. He has a strike, 0-1 on Dozier. On deck is Andrew Benintendi. Ozuna, tough task again, 1-1. Asking a lot out of him in the 9th. The bullpen has shut the door so far in relief of Cole Hamels. A perfect 6th, 7th, 8th. Now we're trying to shut the door in the 9th. Finish off the sweep. Fouled, and it's 2-2. And a tough second half already. 2-2. Swung on and missed. They're going to get Dozier here. Swinging for out number 2. A strikeout for Ozuna, and now he's 1 away. Faces Andrew Benintendi, 0 for 3 with a pop-out. Struck out back in the 4th, and he takes a strike here, 0-1 on that changeup. So Ozuna, 1 out away from 3 consecutive saves here in this series. 1-1. 1-2, swung on and missed at 100. And now a strike away from ending it here. Here's the 1-2. Fouled away, we'll do it again. What happened? We went entirely quiet. Jeez. I want to throw this pitch, but it's quiet. Oh well, 1-2. There it is. Ground ball over to Cano over at 30. Throws over to first, and that will do it. Ozuna gets 3 consecutive saves in this series. It was 3 consecutive 1-run ball games. 3-2 here, your score. The Expos hang on, and they sweep the Kansas City Royals in Kansas City on the road. Great series for the boys to come back from the second half. Their hot streak continues, and they have now won 77 games. The Royals tried to battle back, but they could not. It was all pitching today, as it was all series. 3-2 your ball game. The 3 runs came on walks. It was bases loaded and 3 consecutive walks scored runs. That was your ball game. They manufactured runs the hard way. Ozuna shut the door. It was the rest of the bullpen that got the job done in the last 4 innings. Cole Hamels hangs on to get the win. He pitched 5, gave up 6 hits, and had 10 strikeouts, 2 earned runs. Chris Bubic gets the loss. He's now 1-12. Franmil 1 for 2 with an RBI. Kemp 1 for 4 with a double. Cesar Hernandez a 2-hit day. But like we said, it was all walks. Josh Staumont had the bases loaded and kept walking guys. It was 3 consecutive walks and 3 runs with the bases loaded. That was your ball game. Boy, all-star difficulty is getting tough. But that is going to do it. That's it for me today. Tomorrow we'll feature the Tampa Bay Rays. Will be at Tampa to face them. That'll be a 3-game series we'll feature tomorrow. It'll be probably a little bit later, probably 12 o'clock Pacific time, noon. So we'll feature that for you. We'll have the rerun of this at 8 o'clock Pacific time. If you missed it, you'll be able to catch it again. But do appreciate you hanging out. If you did, appreciate you for hanging out with me today to check it out. But there you go. A 3-game sweep of the Kansas City Royals going high and keep it on trucking. So we'll see you again tomorrow with the Tampa Bay Rays. Signing off right now, RJ the DJ. Thank you for watching. I will see you again soon. But until then, take care, everybody. Have a good one.
When the night is over, my life is over, 'cause I start thinking again.